All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm sort of on time. I will definitely not pretend that this is as early as I could have gone. Spotted me in Olaf spotted me in Kite's chat. I had a lot of stuff that I wanted to get through today, and I was able to get it done, but I decided I would stop by and say hello to a couple streamers that I know and saw online. And of course, the awkward part is whenever you have your normal start time, which ideally for me is 7 o'clock. If you run into one of your regular viewers during somebody else's stream, it always feels a little awkward, but I did need to get myself sorted out. So, as far as the plans, I wanted to get sort of the week's plans out of the way first. Just one, it gives people a chance to sort of file in. But number two, it does give me a chance to sort of catch up. There have been a lot of gaps in terms of the schedule lately, and that's mostly just because of the way that Canadian holidays have worked out. But on top of that, there's also just sort of opportunities that I have, whether they are to cover certain games or to to go to certain events and that. So essentially, I should be done with all but one of these obligations. So and then there's a holiday coming up as well. So I will go back to Cyberpunk 2077, but it might be nice to put a little more time into Book of Hours before I do that. As far as Canadian holidays are concerned, I believe we really only have three coming up for the rest of the year. So the first one will be Remembrance Day, and that's going to be effectively 3 weeks. So next week's the 30th, week after that's the 6th, and then Remembrance Day doesn't fall on the 13th, but it is on the 11th in Canada. That's a Saturday, so as a result, I'll have the day. I'll have the day off then. And then, of course, there is Christmas and Boxing Day, which in Canada, well, basically Canada, the day after Christmas is a holiday as well. So Christmas, I believe, falls on Monday. So in that case, basically at the end of the year, um, there would be potentially the Monday for that would be taken off. Although in practice, because I don't really have that much to do on Christmas, and I think a lot of people will be in a similar boat. Traditionally, I've usually done something on Christmas just to give people a place to hang out if they don't have family to be around with. But I'll figure that out closer at the time. So what that means is in about 3 weeks, I will not have a Monday broadcast, or likely won't have a Monday broadcast. My usual rule on this is to take the Canadian holiday off. And then, as it turns out, it's a third week of basically the third week of the month, or third Wednesday of the month, I believe actually falls on that same week, the 15th. So it may mean that sort of halfway through November, both Monday and Wednesday's stream sort of falls off the edge. And that's just because of the way that the holiday and the local game dev meetup works out. Obviously, if the game dev meetup works out to go to the 22nd, then I'll be attending then. And then I will say that in November there is one game which I'm rather looking forward to, which will be coming out, and they have actually already given me a key for that. So that is something that, unlike some other ones where I need to wonder whether or not I'm in the good graces of the publisher anymore. This is actually a developer that, number one, I think are great, but number two, gave me a nice sort of lead in. They let me know about the sort of the embargo and all of that, so I have no intention of playing that earlier, but it does mean that there's going to be a little bit of a disruption to Book of Hours, but I don't think it will be as significant as the Cyberpunk was. So yeah, with that in mind, we don't have the interruptions to the schedule fully in the rearview mirror. There's just always going to be those third Wednesdays that kind of poke holes in the schedule. But for the most part, a lot of the things that have sort of been bouncing around the schedule are going to be lightening up, And then, of course, once we finish Book of Hours, I don't plan on abandoning the game, but I may come up with a slight... I might do a little bit more weighting towards YouTube content rather than streaming. I would kind of like to do another run of Book of Hours on the stream, but maybe at that point that would be a sort of a once a week thing rather than making it the main game every day of the week. But we can figure that out as we go by. So with that in mind, I was given a copy of this by Weather Factory. It always feels a little weird to say this just because I was a Kickstarter backer on Cultist Simulator, so I never really needed to make that disclaimer. But in this case, I am actually playing a press key. Clearly, I think very highly of Weather Factory, and I enjoy this game very much. It's always good to sort of be upfront in terms of where the the thing of value that was given in order to cover the game. And you'll notice I've been doing a bunch of my YouTube stuff, so I am going to need a minute to reacquaint myself with the game. The Curious End. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian, spent all the house's money on her projects before her disappearance, and that's when the Nocturnal Branch stepped in. Sorry, when Nocturnal Branch stepped in. It's not called the Nocturnal Branch. Alright, so, looks like we decided to spend every last penny we had on a 16 Fusine text. I'm curious why I decided to do that, to be honest. I'm sure I had good reasons. Okay, we also have Sickle and Eclipse, so I'm going to want to level that up sooner rather than later. We managed to... Actually, I want to read the Kukurbit prison records again before too long. So we found Deep Light Caves. When the gods from stone were swept away, the Carapace Cross who had served them were swept away too. The Seglaz kind, the Wormiphoda kind, the Glaterfloge kind, all those wise and mighty ones are gone into nowhere, or hiding, or us. Here, in their fire-warmed waters, away from the justice of sunlight, their legacy quietly thrives. Now, I must apologize. I think I misplaced one of my very important electronic devices with which I cannot operate unless it's nearby. I hear you. All right, here we are. Interesting. Sorry, I just saw a news alert on my phone. While I do have a little, just a small distraction to deal with. While I'm doing that, I wanted to mention a quick thing. So I don't want to, what's the best way for me to put this? I think a big danger in terms... Hello, Olaf. Very good to see you. Sorry to be a little late in the start, and I have absolutely no good excuses because you were in the place where that made me late, but I did want us to take a minute and say hi to Kite, so I hope you're doing all right, though. Well, I was also getting the stream ready to go, so I don't feel too bad because I know I've rushed the start a couple of times and paid for it, but it's always a little embarrassing when you're technically past your start time and you run into somebody in another channel. But yeah, there's like a negative and a positive case I can make. I'm gonna try and sort of bring a little of both in. One real danger, in my view, about streaming is becoming a little too self-aggrandizing. There are people who are otherwise nice or enjoyable people who I've seen, like personally, I've seen have become very unpleasant to interact with. And have sometimes actually made very regrettable decisions that wound up being quite hurtful, or at the very least disadvantaged someone who really was in a, let's say, for lack of a better term, a more deserving position to maybe get some recognition for certain things. But the other thing, too, is just sometimes when you'll run into it, I think probably the difficulty, and I think there's like an equivalent for this on any kind of social media, where if you're sufficiently popular, popularity is definitely not correlated with some of the things that we would normally associate with, being well known, right? So, once upon a time, if you were well known, it was generally because you were quite good at something, or you were, perceived as a very wise individual. And of course, this is not as reliable anymore. There can be sort of popularity just for being popular, and for a very long time, this is not an original observation, but clearly there's been the problem of sort of celebrities running in on certain topics, things that they're not very well informed on, let's say, and ultimately, they've they just wind up kind of saying something silly, or they kind of elbow out actual experts, or that. Again, like this is not a new complaint, right? This is a pretty standard gripe that I think a lot of people have for this sort of thing. Sorry, if you can just give me a quick second here. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, so there's an internet equivalent of that, and I think one of the drawbacks are that I've run into a few people who I've known quite well in terms of broadcasting, and I've actually definitely seen the change, and just a very imperious kind of attitude, or the pursuit, or the focus on achieving a certain follower count or whatever, definitely brings about a very negative kind of attitude. And in some cases, they're even kind of conscious of it, although ultimately it kind of seems to take hold and becomes a bit more of a permanent personality feature. And I think because I have seen, I can't really say any of the friendships that don't exist as a result of that are ones I miss too much. Like, they're not people who I knew especially well. But one thing that it has made me very conscious of is that that's a thing that can happen. These are normal people. They're not like demons. They're not, they weren't born awful people. They're people I actually rather enjoyed the company of, to a certain extent. And the important factor there is to recognize that I am not immune to that sort of thinking either. And so as a result, it's one of these things where I want to be a bit careful in terms of exactly how much I let streaming be a sort of an influence on my behavior, or how I think about things. So with that in mind, for me, one of the big things is not to be too self-aggrandizing when it comes to something like sorry, I just got a notification from my phone which is telling me do your meditation, and I'm like, well, I thought I did. I'll confess I'm still trying to figure out meditation. I'm assuming just something didn't sync between my devices. Okay, anyways. So I probably just shouldn't have looked at my phone, and that would have brought about so much more happiness on my part. Don't need to worry about the meditation. But yeah, so with that in mind, like I want to be careful that I don't fall into that trap, because I think I'm probably as susceptible as anyone. But on the other hand, I also don't want to completely ignore the broadcasting side of things. So, and every once in a while there will be a really nice little moment which I like, you know, talking about. And I figure I can always express it in the form of gratitude, and that keeps me safe. Although, again, I don't want to ever make too big of a deal about it. But every once in a while, I will be online. It's actually once happened in person, which surprised me a lot. But someone will say, wait, are you that System Chalk? And again, I think everybody who is currently part of this this chat knows I am not a big streamer by any measure, so this is not something I hear often. But as a matter of fact, yes, I am. And I ran into that in a completely unexpected place yesterday, and it absolutely made my night. It is very nice to run into people. It was somebody who found Cultist Simulator, or rather, I think found me through Cultist Simulator would be the better way of putting it. And it is always very rewarding, especially because the Cultist Simulator video is one I actually put some effort in terms of making sure I had a good runtime for and things like that. I'm delighted that people are still getting something out of that, but also that they communicate that they they saw it and liked it. So one, that was mostly just me trying to buy a little time while I was distracted with another thing. But I did want to take a minute and just share that because it made me feel good. But like I said, the reason why I gave the big preface at the start is that I also kind of realized that that can be a really nice, hey, Be Free Fluzz. There's a dark side to that in the sense that if you focus a little too much on it, you know, that's suddenly where you become the "don't you know who I am" kind of person, and that's not good. Okay, so as much as I wanted to try and buy myself some time, I do actually still need to figure these things out. So we had the pulsating darkness. Now, if I recall correctly, I did take some notes, which is the whole reason I saw my whatchamacallit, the sync messages. Yeah, so I actually think this, weirdly enough, wound up being a big scale job. So we were originally looking for the... Okay, yeah. So I think I have an idea here. So we need 15 scale or 15 moth. With the fugitive, they start with 4 scale. We add 1 heart, which gives 5. We add 5 Newman, which brings them up to 10. The hourglass, which brings them up to 11. There's some drink which brings them up to 13. I should figure that out. I think it's Schloss Jannings. No, that can't be it. S-T-A-T-H. The problem here is I actually really do need to figure this out, because it is a narrow, narrow path to make that work, and I think if I don't have a 2-scale drink... Oh, Lethe. Maybe. Although with that in mind, Lethe also gives a pretty decent moth out of that. Anyways, the pickled pilchards would give us the other 2. So, let's think about the poet and the painter and what they would give us in turn. It's like waffle. Sorry. Be free fools. Okay. Did I ever ask you the origins of that? Because I'm sure there is an interesting story. Now, if I recall correctly, there isn't a moth. We don't have a moth Newman to attach to this yet. Yeah, we don't. So the best I can hope for. So named a riddle right now. So that brings us up to 7. Then we would add the Tryst for 2. So that brings that up to 9. So then we'd add the Shears. That brings it up to 10. So under Moth, the Lethe is 4, although I think with Skin-Shuck Mead we can do better. The question is how I make Skin-Shuck Mead, because I don't think I ever actually found the recipe for it. Beeswax is surprisingly unpalatable, so... Oh, well, there's some. Okay. And actually, that gives us... Excuse me, the 10. So if I wanted to use the Lethe, I probably could, and then just find another division. But let's see if there's any moth food in the pantry. Truth is, he played around with some anagrams, and then the spoonerism one. Fair enough. Okay, Cuckoo Honey gives us 3. So actually, we're in good shape, regardless of our the path that we take. So maybe we go and we just try to open that up, no matter what. Sorry, I feel like there was another thing that I needed to check. I don't know. I may need to step away from the keys in about 10 minutes or so, but okay. So I think probably there's a bunch of stuff that I can do, probably even should do. But let's focus... Okay, so I think I'm going to focus my attention on getting this last room opened. And... Again, we're looking for fugitives or poets and painters. Poets and painters are more likely. We have a solace. So one thing I should try to do is make the name day riddle, but we're definitely leaving the tryst aside. We should leave the tryst and the health aside. So that gives me a Wistfast and a Shapt to mess around with. And you know what? Let's not even worry about... Let's not even worry about making the name day riddle. This is Demandaic, Vac. We know Vac now, though. Yeah. Okay. So let's start with the Whist at the Sweet Bones. and we'll take it from there. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerby might be looking for employment. Okay, the cloudy day. I mean, it gives me a memory to work with, so I suppose it could be worse. Oh yeah, I should also probably level up Sickle and Eclipse at some point. That was the other thing that I wanted to work on. But I think in this case I've kind of committed to... Oh yeah, now I remember. Right, so I was going to try and bring Sickle and Eclipse up to 9, and then I needed to figure out what else I was going to do with this memory, preferably before Numa. Alright, that's gonna involve some choices, I think. We'll stay the course. We still have plenty of time left in summer, so but I think on the next day I should probably start thinking about how I'm going to level up Sickle and Eclipse. And then I have Moon and Edge. I have Moon and Edge levels that I can push up. And there's two kind of ways I can do it. My traditional feeling on this was that I should move up the languages because those are most likely going to be the ones that go to the lower levels of the Tree of Wisdoms. But then the question is, well, like which of them, like, do I know the order in which I'm going to deploy them? I have some ideas, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I will. You know, I can say that Sickle and Eclipse is going to be one that I needed. Hopefully I get lucky. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So we're definitely going to hire the poet. So hire a visitor. If I meet their price, I can hire them for a day. So I don't think the shilling is enough. So we're going to have to break the £5 note. I'll hire this one for a day. And now we need to start thinking about where the points are coming from. So in this case, we really just need a... summer. So it's always a little tricky to figure it out, but I think there's usually a flower during the summer indicator. So I do want to read the Kukurbit prisoner records again. I want to see if one of those gives me a moth. Does. The 1927 one does. So we'll use Faust for that. All right, Nectar, the Fruits of Knowledge. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. It's been an adult beverage weekend, and your weekends are long. Fair enough. Speaking of adult beverages, that's probably going to be one of the first things we feed the poet. Again, it would be kind of nice not to lose the Skin Shuck mead, but depending on what we wind up with. Hired. Elegiac Poet's assistants. Poets, they say, never do the washing up. This one hasn't brushed his hair either, but he has his uses and his talents. Okay, so we're going to use the tryst here. Secret sorrows may join our strengths. Boosts Moth and Moon. So we know we're not going to be using scale, so at this point I should be figuring out what I want to do in summer. And let's actually pick up some Agave Eterna. The history plant has risen. Gather its blooms. Now I may want to think about, right now I'm in the motley bed, so I may want to think about whether or not I can preserve any edge or moon. I believe a contradiction is something that I could keep through the night and still turn into something that I can use with Sickle and Eclipse. The other alternative is to gain some persistent memories using my Faust and Shapt. What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. Okay, so I'm going to take a second here and just check off, because this is, again, the last room that we're going to we're going to need. So we've got our moth, we've got our tryst, so we can use the shears right away. And actually, if I recall correctly, they will also accept a flower. So I can use maybe the moth orchid to help augment their abilities as well. But let's start with the shears. So shears of the Sisterhood, proffer a tool. Black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. So I think I already know the answer to this, but I do want to investigate. I believe it's the moth. The moth orchid is the best flower that I have for moth. Well, okay, Moli technically. Because if I recall correctly, the moth orchid only gives us one. Okay, Kukubit Prisoner Records, 1927, accounts by Governor Collars, Private Secretary of Interventions and Experiments in the last years of the Kukubit prison, focusing particularly on prisoners he believes might have Carapace Cross lineage. 2 prisoners suspected of Aniric crimes are encouraged to access their inner Carapace Cross tendencies and develop the attributes of the Segles kind, sickle-formed pseudocrustacea. Regrettably, they lose the ability to breathe air. One dies, and Collars releases the other into the sea. Collars describes how he successfully induced an unstable carapace larva to develop into a greater form, using insects and nectars techniques in the context of considerable moth aspect. He hopes that similar techniques might be used to expedite moral development in prisoners. Okay, let me... insects and nectars. So, when it says here, so 2 prisoners suspected of Aniric crimes are encouraged to access their inner Carapace Cross tendencies and develop attributes of the Segles kind, sickle-formed pseudocrustacea. Regrettably, they lose the ability to breathe air, and one dies, and Collars releases the other into the sea. I do wonder, so when I found that this room, I do wonder if this may be the prisoner. That's actually one of the reasons why I tried clicking on this the first time as well, because I was like, can I talk with this person? Anyways, I guess that already reveals something that I said this person. Okay, so we've got the shears taken care of. So if I want, I can apply this memory right away, but maybe the first thing I want to do now is just take a look at what we can accomplish with the existing character. Actually, there's one thing that I can do. Let's find my highest level moth. Okay, yeah, so I actually suspect we can do a name day riddle without too much trouble, although we are late in the day, so if I wanted to do that, I may have... I think I might have closed the window here. Oh, that's interesting. Resurgences and emergences, apprentice level... Ah, right. Something tells me the chimeric larva is not going to... Yeah, let's not focus on that right now. Okay. I may not have an equivalent moth to throw at it then. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I mean, the dilemma here, I can get an extra moth out of this, but the challenge is that that's going to take 90 seconds, and I may actually blow out the day doing that. So perhaps we've got the poet up to 7 already. So from 7 I can add 2, so that brings them up to 9. And give them 1 from the flower. Nuts. Well, let's think about this. Okay, so... Um, oh yeah, this is not a big challenge. So let me just actually write this out for myself so I can figure this. So we've got 7 moth so far. So I add 2 from the memory. Now, the question here, what I'm focusing on at the moment are the things that don't involve the skin shuck mead or the lethe. So we know we get 1 from the flower. That brings us up to 10. So if I wanted, I could get 3 from the cuckoo honey. So that would bring us up to 13. And then we just need to find 2 from a drink. Although, weirdly enough, I don't think there are any moth drinks that actually satisfy that requirement. I think it is actually the hardcore stuff like the lethe and the skin shuck mead. So I should probably prep for a situation where I need to give up one of those. Although I am curious if we still have a lethe kicking around here. Yeah. So we'll give him the top shelf lethe. All right. So let's say that our baseline there is, so we've got 4. So that would tell me that what I'm really looking for here would be a 1 moth item, which I think may just be the honey. Yeah. So it seems to me here we've got 1 minute. Yeah, so I've got 2 minutes of activity, and then we're able to unlock that room. Seems like a good day's work to me. What I may want to do is figure out some jobs to do with my Faust and Shapt. And again, the ideal would be to get something that will help me level up Sickle and Eclipse. So I think 1 can get a contradiction. We'll just go for the Wainscot histories there. And then I guess we read the Newman. Unless I can think of another persistent memory. It's all changed, so so yeah, I think if we go and read our good old friend, the Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, that will give us the edge that we need. Did you hear that right? You liquor up your guests and then throw books at them? Yeah. I mean, kind of the same way that sometimes when I find a difficult passage in a, in a Grail text, I'll usually just throw a cat at it and then it makes sense. Okay, so we'll give him the impulse. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Sorry, I'm a little aimless in terms of what I'm trying to do today. It's mostly, I'm just kind of conscious of, like it's the last room. Like, I do want to make sure that I actually deliver on this, and then, it is a little bit of a blunder in the sense that I probably would have wanted to level up Sickle and Eclipse first, but I don't think it's it's not a deal breaker. All right, where am I going to put the history plant? I don't think there's any more room in Christopher's Nook. Let's try... Well, I think we started to make some space in the... Yeah. Alright, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay. So just so I can clarify the steps. It's got to be a content cat, though. You can't just throw any cat at it. Okay, so I'm going to give him flower next. Put thy pale lost lilies out of mind. Fading flowers may provide inspiration. This will increase their aspects. Okay. If you can just give me a quick second, I need to step away from the keys. I wasn't quite planning this, but it's a good enough time for me to do this. I'm going to step away from the keys really quick. I will run ads just to save people the trouble of the pre-roll and all of that. But if you have a chance, now would be a good time to sort of get up, get a glass of water. Otherwise, do whatever it is you need. I'm going to try and keep this less than, let's say, 3 minutes, but I figure I'll just get a bunch of other side stuff done while I'm up. But the good news is I should be a lot more focused when I'm back. So I will see you all in just a little bit. Sorry for the sudden jump, but yeah, exactly. Stretch, pee, grab water, whatever it is you need. I will try and keep this as brief as I can make it, but I do need to just sort myself out. So I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, so for all our trouble, I think we're ready to go back. I also noticed between the start of the broadcast to the finish, I believe I lost a follower. So something I said, I'm sure it was a famous person who was mad about me saying that celebrities sometimes have dumb opinions. Anyway. Thank you all for your patience. I'm going to try and be a little more focused. But again, our goal is to open the pulsing darkness. Narkexi, lose a follow, regain my sub. This is a fair trade. Darn right it is. The artist formerly known as Mad King Brutus, thank you very much for your continued support. 28 months. It makes me slightly ashamed to have been broadcasting this long. But I am delighted that you still think of me, because I know you've had quite the ride since you first came to the channel. And I definitely don't ever want to take follows and things like that for granted. But thank you very much, and I hope you are doing well. Alright, where were we? I shouldn't just limit that to Narkexi. I should also say that to... oh, God. I had the pronunciation. It was... Befriefels and Olaf. I also hope both of you are doing well as well. I am, for the most part, thankfully. There are some things I wish I was a little more disciplined on completing. But overall... I'd say I'm in a pretty decent spot. I'm slowly starting to sort of like close the distance on a few things I want to do. I'm trying to make sure that I'm putting some time into things that I like. So, for instance, I kind of regret that I don't always get to do some of the coding practice that I like. So I've been making sure I've been doing things like Code Wars a little bit more often, and I'm finishing more books. So I'm rather good at starting books and spending some time reading them, but it's also important to finish reading them. And that was sometimes a little bit of a hit or miss proposition. So that's also turning out. So I'm just trying to find... I don't think I have a Fusine section anymore. We'll sort it out. Okay. More of the same, really. We're just going to keep loading up the poet. We do need to think a little bit about the time that it's going to take, but I think we're still fine. Okay, so this is the Newman Inescapable Confinement. I messed that one up. That does not give me Moon or Edge. I should have been more thoughtful there, but I do have a contradiction that I can bring into the next day, so it's not a total loss. Okay, just remembering here that it's 4 from the Lethe, 1 from the Honey. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Also double checking that it is in fact 15 that I need. Down to the Grussians, and finally, the honey. The blood of the hour called malachite, and also, furthermore, wonderful on toast. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. All right, so that's the 1 minute warning. There we go. Our 15 strength poet. Pulsing darkness. If the isle had a heart, we would hear its pulse. And in 1 minute, we have unlocked every room of Hush House. And I believe we have also unpacked all the packages. Like, I don't think there's anything else for us. There are the mysteries of the house that I think we still need to sort out. So I would not be surprised if there is something related to the Columbic sarcophagus. I rather suspect that a lot of these things will involve kind of interactions. There is also the Rowanarium, but there is a reason I've been reluctant to use the key on that. I'm still trying to gain appropriate understanding. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So, we're gonna sleep with the contradict. Oh! I really wasted the day's work. Alright. Beneath the Abbey of the Black Dud, I unearthed the final secret of the caves below Hush House. The Shrine to Saint Tentretto. The Carapace Cross, the hybrid race who, in their many kinds, were winged, legged, eyed, bright, dark, scaled, feathered, chitinous, and us. The Cross are gone. The Cross were always history, but to their children, their enemies, they leave this hushed legacy. That noise. Altar Saint Tentretto. Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Simifectra kind, the Glaterfold kind, the Thrite kind, for the kind within. So that is Moon, Moth, Knock, and Scale. I'm also assuming there's quite a bit of significance behind the image on the edge. I have a few ideas. Ah, there's our crab friends. What is this game? I thought something messed up my headphones. Nope. That's just the sound of the Carapace Cross. Charming, isn't it? Well, if you'd prefer Norkexe, I can do like 6 hours of ASMR from the oubliette. Alright. I got a little bit of homework that I need to do because I'm going to look for all of my edge and moon things to throw at leveling up now. Also, I must ask your forgiveness. I've been snacking in between. Just a little peckish, so... Okay, so again, the idea here, because I've explored the house, really I'm at the point where, oh, actually, um, if you can give me a minute, there was actually a note that I wrote for myself about languages. So this is gonna. Just gonna need to take a look at my my spreadsheet. I can't remember. I think it was Nyctodromi, or it might have been Hushery that I dedicated something to. Hushery. Okay, so you might be wondering why I have no. I'm assuming that that was very profound what you said, Olaf. I have absolutely no idea though. So what I've been consulting here, I made myself like a the best of my knowledge list of languages. So if I recall correctly, I don't remember if I've ever gotten Kernwek Henevek. I feel like I have, but I don't immediately remember what its values are. I've got Ramsund in the other playthrough. I think I even have Crack Track in the other playthrough. And then we have Sabazine, Vac, Hyksos, Ericapean, Kilisimi, and Fusine. We're actually doing pretty well for languages. So there's, let me just think. So there's Deepman Dayak, which we don't have. Kernwek Henevek. Crack Track. We have Ericapean, we have Fusine, we have Hyksos, Sabazine, Vac. We're missing Ramsden, but I've got that before. Anyways, to come to think of it, I may have actually run into all of them. So the one that could the question is what can they be what can they level which of these can level up? So I think Hyksos has got Edge, and then I think Kilisimi actually had moon. Let me just take a look at my list to see if there's another. Yeah, so if I'm going to level up a language, it's going to be Hyksos or Kilisimi. It's also worth noting here that Kilisimi can go to Bossk or Skolakosophy, whereas Hyksos can go to Nyctodromi or Skolakosophy. So then the next question might be, like, where am I going to commit all of these things? And actually, you know what? Let's take some time. I know this is not going to be this is going to be a lot more planning, but I actually think now would not be a bad time for me to sort this sort of stuff out. So, like I said, I've done a little bit of work on the side to take some notes. But we've got Fusi. You know what? It's probably better if I just say what are the ones that I don't have. So I don't have Crack Track, and I know that one has Illumination. Deep Mandiac. That one I think I remember off the top of my head. It's Horamachistry and Ithistry. Kernweck's going to be the question mark. Ramsun, so Bird Song for sure. It's the chicken scratch. I think that one's Horamachistry as well. No, Preservation. Preservation came from my notes. Okay, so I believe that's 4 languages that we need. So off the top of my head, my note on languages had best be in Norwegian. Right now, minute 3. Okay. So we've got Vac, we've got Sabazine, we don't have Ramsund, we do have Kilisimi, we do have Hyksos, we do have Fusin, we don't have Kernwick, Hennebeck. Did I say Ericapean already? We definitely have Ericapean. We have Deep Mandiac, and we have... I think I already talked about Crack Track. Anyways. So the first thing I want to do is say, okay, well, let's imagine how we might deploy these, and I'm going to leave Kilisimi and Hyksos to the very edge. So in the case of Fusin, so Fusin can work with Hushery or Ithistry, and because Hushery is already occupied, unless I want to put the points in, I would need to invest there. So if my choices here would be Ithistry or Hushery, I guess the next question would be, do any of the other ones take up Ithistry? And no. Although Deep Mandiac, I believe, will. And then Deep Mandiac also takes up Horamachistry. So then the question would be, do any of these want to take Horamachistry? And yes, Sabazine would want to take Horamachistry. So again, we'll just pretend for a minute that that's how we're doing that. So that would lock out Deep Mandiac. So if instead I said Sabazine goes to Birdsong, that would mean that Ramsun goes to Preservation. And neither of these do Preservation. So then that would leave Vac with Nyctodromi. So far, I'm not running into any Ah, here we go now. Here we go. So, this is where Hyksos and Kilisimi start fighting with each other. So there's a reason why I wanted to set it up this way. What I'm trying to do here, I'm not actually going to commit any of these, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the pain points for where my upgrades might go. It actually looks like it is, it's Skolakosophy of all things. Yeah. So the alternative options here are Nyctodromy with Vac, at which point Vac would take the Skolakosophy. Oh, hang on. It's Birdsong, so then Sabazine would have to do Thoramachistry. Okay, right. So everything else gets kind of knocked through. All right. So, well, let's see which of these two I prefer. So, we've got Vac. Before gods arose from blood, before ape ever stood upright, this was the language heard in the house of the sun. I am Vac, the peacock door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will be when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, and I will prove it. An opportunity, something not commonly understood. Were there no Calyptra to conceal perilous knowledge, there would be no Vac. A door opens both ways. This is understood by scholars of arts unregarded. Why is this so different? Oh, okay, right, because I was reading the description, not the... Okay, let's try that again. An arrangement, something not commonly understood. Without Vac, the exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law. Vac in this sense, and perhaps in every sense, Calyptra's servant. This is known to scholars of the night arts. And something not commonly understood. Were there no Calyptra to conceal perilous knowledge, there would be no Vac. A door opens both ways. This is understood by scholars of the arts unregarded. So I don't actually have a strong feeling one way or the other. The core is kind of nice, although technically I need both of these. So, next thing we'll take a look at would be Hyksos. So the Watchmen, the veterans of Legion de Sul who guard the boundaries of the waking world, tell stories of the labyrinths under the Mansus, above the wood and inside the moon, where the first fallen hours sleep or hide or rot, the gods from stone. Why the labyrinths? Because, the legionnaires say, there are hours ruling now who would fight to consume the last scraps of their old enemies, and those who feast would eclipse those who abstain. The legionnaires have been known to boast that if they were only offered a great enough prize, they could guide the hungry hours to their feast. More Skolakosophy, the Dartsmen. The assassins of the Traguleri, who end the long lives of Long, tell stories of the wars between the hours in the dawn of the world, when the sun was red and low, wars where the savage sound of savage bells unraveled the light of the moon and sun, wars where dreams burned on pyres where Long were the fuel. All this ended, the Traguleri say, once the worms came, and the hours had a common enemy. And so, the Traguleri fear worms, hate worms, and make offerings to worms. That's an interesting one. So Kilisimi, the division would be the Weaver's Tale. There is a prophecy among weavers of one who will unwisely seek to find the future in a tapestry of her own hair. Her house will grow dark, shrouded in the labyrinths of her tresses. Pilgrims will seek her in the cellar of her house, where she will plead with them to cut her free. They will always fail, and she will always devour them. At last, one will come who will ask instead to stay with her. Others will join them until the house becomes a palace and the palace a city, below the world where all are welcome and in the tapestry all truths are revealed. Or Skolakosophy. There is a prophecy among carpenters. A master of their kind will resolve unwisely that the coffins he shapes are too beautiful to sully with corpses. He will steal trinkets from the dead. He will ask the help of smiths and jewelers. And day and night he will labor to shape something worthy of his work. At last he will tire of his task and offer his breath to to the shape in the casket. When it accepts, it will rise from the coffin and pronounce itself king. It will rule by fear, or fear will destroy it. In either case, its maker will have no coffin and no grave, and his name will be lost. So I can see this working. It is a little hard not knowing where the other ones will fall. So I do have something that will fight for Bossk. And then in its absolute last form. So I guess the other thing is that I'm not really married to Vac going in Nyctodromi. So the Sailor's Tale, there is a story told by sailors about a city of ivory and iron across the sea. Those who come there never die, but those who leave again have never lived. Only in another history, they say, but if you rig your sails right, you might just catch the wind that takes you there in this one. The Fisher's Tale. There's a story told by fisher folk about a city of amber and orichalcum that lies behind the waves. Those who eat of its fruits can breathe water and drink light, but they can never drink anything else afterwards. Only in another history, they say, but if you tie your nets right, you might just catch one of its citizens in this history, and they might just tell you the way. I feel like the Horamakastri one is a little nicer. Hey, Bionic Beans. This is actually a really tough one for me to sort out, but I think probably I'm going to put the points in Kilisimi. And one of the reasons for that is I can always undo it. And again, I do apologize, I am snacking. Okay, so the game plan is definitely level up Sickle and Eclipse. Probably put the remaining points into Kilisimi. And the other argument would be if I saw something that I could put into to Hushery. But and it would have to be an Edge or a Moon that I would put into Hushery, so you know, something with a level 2 maybe? I need to find a Hushery first. There we go. So I guess Sharps would be the... Oh, actually, there is an argument for me to put this into Sharps, because that's equivalent to Sickle and Eclipse. That might be a better system, actually. harder, but I'm not going to be committing anything to rooms now. Okay. So the one thing I definitely need to do is sort out where I get my edge and my moon from. And again, I know there's been kind of extended periods of me in silence. There's going to be one last kind of batch of that. I'm going to try and talk into the mic, but I know, like, with my laptop on the other... Actually, you know what? I might be able to move the laptop. It's not the most convenient. This might work. So hopefully this will allow me to talk as I go through. So again, we're looking for moon and edge here. So Beguiling Melody doesn't help us. Bittersweet Certainty doesn't. Cheerful Ditty doesn't. But a Confounding Parable does. As does a Contradiction. Of course, we knew that from last time. Earth Sign doesn't. Fear does. Foresight doesn't help us because it's got Forge and Lantern. That reminds me I should read the Amalgam of the Red Rose at some point. Gossip doesn't because it's Rose and Grail. Hindsight does not because it's Winter and Scale. Impulse doesn't help because it's Moth and Nectar. Intuition does because it's Moon and Rose. Okay, so the Newman I was looking for was the Merciless Alteration, which comes from a Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. Alternatively, Weaving the World. Okay, Pattern doesn't help because it's Knock and Forge. Regret doesn't because it's Winter and Forge. Revelation doesn't help because it's only Lantern. Salt does help because it's Moon. Satisfaction doesn't because it's Grail and Heart. Savage Hymn doesn't because it's Scale and Sky. A Secret Threshold doesn't because it's Knock and Rose. Solace doesn't because it's Heart and Sky. Stolen Secrets do because they have Moon. And that is it. So the last thing that I know I can do is Rite of Torg's Cleansing. So I have quite a bit of work ahead of me for today. I think we can handle it, but it is going to involve renewing some elements of the soul. So the Newman and the Salt, Newman Salt and Torg's Cleansing are the easiest for me to get. And you know what? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need two more. I need two more elements of the soul or something generating to make it work. I am going to bring in Reverend Timothy, so that means 3. But I think we're going to be able to do this today. So we start by talking with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Next up, I want to get the I'm going to get the results that... Nuts. The results that I can't get from Reverend Timothy. So that means Torg's Cleansing. The Newman. I need to remember to regenerate the Tryst on time, too. And the salt. How you doing, Charles Olmsted? Sorry, I've been a little mainlining Book of Hours. I'm shocked, surprised, and amazed. How you doing? I'm doing quite well, Sophia. In fact, let me take a minute. If I'm forgetting anybody who streams, by the way, please let me know, because I do actually feel bad. I know it's happened to... Actually, Charles, you're not a streamer, are you? Because I think this might have happened with you. Sophia is the Australian Dendrian in the sense that they stream video games on the internet, and I claim that they stream Grand Theft Auto roleplay. No, Sophia is a lovely Australian streamer, somebody who I actually knew as a viewer of Dendrians. Basically, I knew as a viewer of Dendrians for a while, somebody I sort of recognized from the broadcast, and yet I did not recognize as a broadcaster. And so, yes, Narkex, I figured that might be a small appeal, especially from the perspective of ours. But in any case, a very nice broadcaster, and actually had a nice opportunity to sort of shout out a bunch of different broadcasters on their channel. And so I, number one, I think probably is a little bit of a testament in terms of the diversity of sort of views and approaches that watch their stuff. But I think also, too, just because I enjoy Dendrian stuff so much, and Dendrian's community is quite a very good one, it's also sometimes nice to just shout out broadcasters who are pleasant to interact with inside of chat. So those are a few good reasons to check out Sophia, but if nothing else, just follow so you know when they're broadcasting next. You can make your own judgments, and I hope that judgment is that they are a lovely broadcaster, and then when they're not broadcasting, that you still occasionally stop by my place and check things out. Definitely not a streamer. What has happened? Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, so, and Hapswitch has a question. I will follow up. Sorry, Charles, I'm trying... I've had the embarrassing moment every once in a while that there are people who have been very dedicated viewers who I don't know or either have forgotten stream, and I would love to be able to shout them out, and yet I forget this fact. So every once in a while I want to double check. Maybe there's another Charlie kicking around somewhere that I didn't recognize. Could you cook something in a desk for us? Yeah. So I'll definitely answer that in a second. You haven't played Book of Hours for months, not since August. You've been waiting to have some free time away from uni. And you are much more disciplined than I am in terms of university. I tended to game a little too much when I should have been doing other things. I hope it's going well for you. So, Hamswitch, you've actually touched on probably the most important part of workbenches. So you have a random question. Does the workstation matter in any respect other than aspects and evolutions it makes available, and what you can put in the extra slots? So I think you're being pretty comprehensive in the special cases, but some of those special cases do matter. So I'll give you some specific examples just so we're not... this is mostly to deal sort of with the assumptions that may or may not be present in what you're saying. Because definitely for this sort of stuff, it's good to have a common understanding, and it also gives me a chance to help people out in terms of... you have to get on a waiting list to play this. It was all booked up. You're talking about the beta armor? Anyways, so... you've more or less covered. Oh, sorry, I wasn't. That totally flew over my head. I'm kind of oblivious. So, I think you've covered a lot of the cases in terms of what's going on. So just so we can cover some of the things that that Hamswitch was talking about. Actually, let's not use an instrument. Let's use the better one would be an altar. So basically, the workstations will allow a certain number of aspects, usually 4, but some of them are 3. And you're always going to have a slot for a soul, a skill, and a memory. I don't think there's any workstation or desk that doesn't allow you to add those together. What does change, though, is the extra slots that you're allowed. So you've got devotion and remembrance here. And in the case of... this can sometimes mean the difference between whether or not you're able to make some of the scholar level recipes. Because if you need to add, say, glass, and you're not able to fit something with glass in with the available like devotion and remembrance slot, then ultimately you're not going to be able to create that higher level recipe. But again, I think Hamswitch has kind of already covered what's necessary there. The other thing that can happen is that if you want to evolve a skill, then you're going to want to do that at a relevant workstation. But not every workstation can necessarily evolve. So I think that grand piano I was at was such one such example. Now, one case where this is going to matter is that some of the recipes do actually require an instrument. So technically you can satisfy the instrument requirement by providing the Mazarine Fife, which is a tool, but not every desks are going to accept tools. Very few other spaces are. I think in the case of maybe the Workbench would allow it. Yeah. Actually, the Workbench allows more than one tool. But in that case, because some of the recipes do in fact require the instrument aspect, you will actually find that there are certain workstations where the requirements of a recipe are so narrow that you're almost forced to. No, you're not exactly forced to, but you would find that it's considerably easier to try and level something up. Yeah, the Mazarine Fife is definitely. I've wound up using the Mazarine Fife a lot compared to the instruments. I also don't want to go too far on the. Let me put it to you this way. Have you found something secret or something unexpected from one of the workstations? And remember that in terms of workstation, I am defining that as like a desk, an altar, basically anything you can click on and put elements of the soul in. So the oubliette containment is also one. Really, I just want another excuse to click on that and let you all listen to that sound. Okay. You'll probably know it when you see it. There are some secrets in the house. You're not talking about the Shrine to Saint Tintretto, are you? I just want to double check. That's not the one that bugs you, is it? Because if it is, when I close it, it'll make a sound again, too. Oh, yeah, I know you haven't gotten to the... I actually just got this altar myself. I just happen to know that Narkexi really hates this sound. Sorry about that. But yeah, so... there are secrets in Hush. So, like, there's the secrets in the form of the things that you find inside the rooms. But there might be other secrets that can be found in Hush House. I'll give you an example of a simple and silly one. There is a character who died in Hush House and might have had some change in their pocket. And you are actually able to find that change somewhere in the house if you explore carefully enough. But there are more substantial ones which are revealed by reading some of the books and checking carefully. And so I wanted to try and preserve a little bit of mystery there, but it's fair to say that those types of mysteries will very much be tied with the specific workstation that you're looking at. Mm. Nothing nothing so elaborate. If you're worrying about like how to make certain things, you'd be fair to just say I can do this at any workstation that will permit it. So again, just to be clear, I can't see a situation where I would be able to make something with glass at the dispensary because so far as I can tell, there are no glass flowers, there's no glass remains, there's no glass fuel, there's no liquid glass. So in that sense, I would not be able to create any specialist item that required glass, but that's not a direct restriction in terms of the dispensary. It's almost kind of like an absence in this case, whereas I might be able to make it at the foundry because the foundry very directly needs glass. But I'm not limited to something that accepts glass because Whispering Sand counts as glass. So if I find something that'll accept a material, well, now I can make something that will take glass. So that's how you sometimes work around that. Actually, hang on. The amethyst ampule messes up my statement. There is in fact liquid glass. You can use the amethyst ampule in the dispensary to introduce glass. So even that example was not a good one on my part. But yeah, long story short, you may need to get clever on some of this stuff, but for the most part, you should be able to make any recipe in any slot. Just keep in mind that, like, especially when you start making certain music, you're going to have a hard time doing it at anything but an instrument. Okay, so I need a salt and a Newman. Oh no, we're already working on the Newman. So salt. I think that's the right one. Yeah. I think I'm also going to try and get the contradiction because I don't know. Actually, yeah, contradiction and confounding parable, I think, are also ones that Reverend Timothy can't provide. So I am going to wind up using all of the elements of the soul. Again, this would have been easier if I didn't blow it with the the memory, like preserving the memory, but that's fine. We'll sort it out. Okay, I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe. Sorry, I should have read the rest of that. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So again, the whole aim of this is just to level up Sickle and Eclipse. We have no other priorities for today. I am going to get an early run on restoring things at the Sweet Bones, though. Actually, if you'll just give me 1 second, I just need to step away. I won't make this a proper break, but I do need to just put something away. Okay, again, been a bit little crazy in terms of organizing for today, but we should be good. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, lots of goodies. I'm gonna skip reading these for now. I do want to get back into a better system as far as reading varieties of texts. Okay, so out of what we need, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 3 more. I'm restoring one of the Faust right now. We'll restore the Trist right away too, just because that's going to be the one that we use to actually level up Sickle and Eclipse. And then from there, we'll see what's required as Reverend Timothy hopefully provides us some moon or edge. Okay, better now. You know what? I'm going to do this slightly different. I'm going to pour a glass of water and restore the Trist that way. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Pour it out. So at some point I'm going to want to get another pitcher. But what I'm going to do here is I will restore using water, because that allows me... So basically, that's freed me up. I only need 3 elements of the soul to be able to move... Let me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, we only need 3 elements of the soul to be able to get the memories that I require. So this means that I can... I know that I've got the Trist that I need to level up the Sickle and Eclipse. Great, Stolen Secret's exactly what I need. So for instance, the fact that I've got these 2 things here means that I know I'm going to be able to level up the the Sickle and Eclipse. Now, the nice thing to do, of course, would be to try and get a little bit more for the end of the day. So let's see, what are the aspects of the... Okay, so I think I'm probably going to get a Confounding Parable to take with me through the day if I get to save more elements of the soul. I do have some ideas about how I'm going to handle this. So again, just a reminder, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of 8. We need 2 elements of the soul. So at the very least, we can get we can get the upgrade done today. We'll wait for the bells and the birds. But what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to recover the shaft, and that's just so that I can work and make back a little bit of money. Okay, hindsight doesn't really do anything for me, but that's fine. Okay, there's my Trist. We're going to use that to upgrade Sickle and Eclipse when the time comes. We're not going to bother trying to get anything else. I'm not going to bother trying to get the health back, just because we won't have the time to actually drop the water. Or if we do, it's going to be kind of close to the edge. So we probably have one more chat with Reverend Timothy before we commit the elements of the soul. Hey, great. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We just need one more element of the soul. It's actually very unlikely we're going to get that from Reverend Timothy. I believe it is just fear that we need. So let me just double check here. Got the confounding parable, the contradiction. We don't have fear. We do have intuition. We do have a stolen secret. Yeah, so we can even talk with the chimeric larva, but then it would want to be fed again, so... So the next thing that I want to do now, I want to sort of figure out what I'm doing with the rest of the day. So I don't think I want to generate any more... I don't want to use any more... I don't want to restore any more elements of the soul. I will use the shaft to earn a bit of money. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. I think I am going to wait the 42 seconds to see if Reverend Timothy gives us a lucky fear. If he doesn't, that's fine. We'll just use the Wist or the Faust. And then I'm tempted to just use it to earn money again, but I am able to take one memory through with me into Dream. So what I will do is the Faust, let's say, generates the fear. The Wist will generate a confounding parable, which I'll then take to bed with me. That strikes me as a slightly more efficient use of the... Well, actually, I guess technically it would be, in terms of like an overall wealth perspective, it probably would make sense to use the Wist to just do some work, because then I would get 4 pence. Like I would get 4 pence worth of like a value back for restoring. Like I would net 4 pence for restoring the Wist, but again, I'm not short on money. I'm not that worried about it. So Exorcism for Girls is my go-to for fear. Like I said, we're gonna wait on the Wist. And I think, as I know I spent a lot of time working out the language stuff, but I've actually decided it'll be better for me to upgrade Sharps. The logic behind this is that if I get Sharps up to level 9, then I can just pass that down to whatever the next, whatever the next lower one is. Like, I don't actually think there's another edge in... I don't think there's another edge in Moon 1. Alright, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Now, I'm curious on this one for you, because I do like... so I really like the way that they do currency, like the pre-decimalization currency. It is a very, very old... So, like, I know we kind of like talking about it in reference to Britain, but it predates even Britain. I think this type of coinage may even go back to Roman times, although there's a little... I think there may be a bit of dispute in terms of what actually counts. So this isn't entirely... It's not directly related, let's say, but I am kind of curious. Does anybody know where Pieces of 8 comes from? Ah, that is a worry. Let's do our best. I might have created a problem for myself, though. I kind of feel like my audience might know this, but I'm curious if anybody's familiar with... I know, like, there's the common association with pirates, but I'm curious if people know specifically the reason why... like, why that's relevant. That's the sound of a tame viper. All right. Gossip won't help me through the night. Skill is now level 9. Its power aspects have also increased. So salt and silver, balance, necessity, and rebuke. So that is our 4th level 9 skill. I'm very curious to see if we're going to get away with this. So I'm going to guess if people know, they are not sufficiently compelled in chat to mention it. Oh, I think we just got it. So I believe these were Spanish coins, but essentially, so in terms of counterfeit, the best way to actually describe this is in terms of counterfeit. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with change, that you've probably had. I know in Canada it's the quarter, but if you have a coin, you'll notice that there are like little lines along the edges. Some of them will have, maybe they'll be a bit more like a polygon of some kind. They'll have sort of flat edges. In the case of Canada's toonie, the $2 piece, it's got sort of the little lines followed by smooth parts. Essentially, and then some of them are just purely smooth around the edges. But I think you all sort of get the idea that the edges sometimes feel different. And it was first explained to me once upon a time that this was for people who couldn't actually see the coins, that basically they would be able to identify what type of coin it was from feeling. That may also be true, but I don't believe that's where that practice originally came from. One of the challenges is that because the coins are made of metal, potentially precious metal, and also particularly because of the tendency for the people to issue such coins using either debased metals or otherwise, alter the value of the currency. In many situations, people would actually find they would find more value in either taking the metals, or alternatively, what they would do is that they would try and make they'd try and do some kind of adjustment to it, basically take away the metal from a coin, but just enough that somebody didn't notice what the problem was. So you'd kind of clip the edge of the coin, and of course after passing around a few, after this thing gets passed around a few times and everybody's doing it, the thing does not look anything even remotely close to to what a real coin would look like. Like some of the coinage running around was utterly ridiculous. And there's actually I think it's Gresham's law, which sort of says that the bad money is going to be sort of used out more, right? Because that's your less valuable stuff. You're going to want to get rid of that, and you're going to hold on to your valuable coins. But one thing about the Spanish coins that was apparently unique was they were actually intended to be divided. So like you'd kind of make, if you wanted to make change, you could take a Spanish coin and just break it up into pie slices, and so the eighth of the coin was an actual, that was value, that was making change basically. So presumably you would need like a blacksmith or something like that for that. That's presumably why Denzil will do the rite of division for you. But I don't know. It's this is a very, if you get into, I'm not going to try and be I'm not going to try and be an apostle for it. Like, if you're into it, you're into it. And if it doesn't speak to you, it is some of the most like petty and uninteresting stuff that you can get into. But numismatics, to me, is actually a very interesting subject. And if you give yourself a chance to actually just learn about the history, like you can learn about the history of money, and this would be everything from playing cards to giant stones. We've talked about this before, the island of Yap, the Rye. there's a lot of different things that have been used for cowrie shells, have been used. There's lots of different things that have been used for money in the past. But specifically coinage, or like the fact that there is a rivalry between the Canadian mint and the Australian mint, which obviously Canada is winning. There's actually a whole lot of really interesting history in terms of coins and counterfeit and measures against counterfeit and how people have used coins over history that is quite distinct from money. So like if you're interested in money, you could actually get to a point where well, that's fine. That just means we're infinite. It seems to me that just means that an individual Canadian is that much more productive by those numbers. All right, let's figure out what I'm doing with the day. So I think I said I was going to try and move sharps up. So let's prep that. So I need 4 memories off of that. We'll have 1 confounding parable. So really we just need 3. I will keep the health aside, and then I'll use the tryst for that. So basically, everything's spoken for, unless Reverend Timothy gets involved. Okay. We will save that to the end of the day. We won't do anything to boost up the sweet bones. But yes, we are going to draw up some water. The Hush House well here, I can drop water or drop something in, most likely to be lost forever. Lower the bucket, creaking into the dark. Okay. So one of the reasons why I've been a little airheaded over the playthrough today is I'm used to having all the elements of the soul from my YouTube playthrough. So it's taken a little getting used to play with the restrictions. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So the aim here is we'll try and get as much as we can out of Reverend Timothy without having to commit our elements of the soul. I do need to start thinking about future plans. So in this case, the texts with Vac would be a big one. I also have the high-level edge text. Now this is a little bit easier for me because now I have the 10 edge, but I still need like the remaining 16, so I can make that 15. I don't have Arab here or metal, so in this case I would need probably well, I could just make the really high level edge memory if it comes down to that. Yeah, so I can put it in a skill, I can put it in memory. I guess I could put it in ink, so perniculate. Yeah, perniculate and a contradiction would also make that work. Right, I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. I don't know, we'll work it out. But yes, I've got a few texts that I can read, but that is definitely going to require some focused effort on my part. And I think it'll give me a chance to do a bit of work in terms of building up the or like, you know, making some ink. So like a good example for that sky text, that's a tricky one. If I make Stargall ink, an ink traditionally but only rarely made with meteoric iron, a minor ink of power. So if I make Stargall ink, that will be something that I can use to read the origins of hours. On the Matter and Deeds of Serpents should be pretty easy. We just take Edict's Liminal with... in fact, I would just need my Shapt, but... in fact, maybe we should try reading that now. I'm probably going to wind up regretting this, but... Knock, a gate flung wide. I am a match for this book. So the problem here is that I'm banking on Reverend Timothy giving me a memory. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. So we'll see. Again, it's not going to break the bank if I have to renew an element of the soul, but I may need to decide that by midday. We'll see. Again, we'll see what Reverend Timothy gives us. Fear. Great. So I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So that frees me up to use the Wist and the Fost for boosting up sharps. So I don't have much in terms of expectations in terms of being able to level up anything off of reading this book, but I'll at least know what I'm up against the following day. So as always, we'll wait for the bells and the birds to tell us to get to work. Storm. But the reason I do that is just because if Reverend Timothy winds up giving me something helpful, I want to take advantage of the chance to use my Wist or Fost for something else. Although in truth, it's probably just going to be working in the Sweet Bones for the chance to. Oh, every time the song starts, you panic and think that you left Baldur's Gate 3 open in character creation. I was actually going to share. There was the did I ever tell you the story about the I'll just double check that I got this right. So yeah, did I ever tell you, it's called the Big Maple Leaf, but we actually minted a $1 million coin. Did I ever tell you the story of that? So, on the matter and deeds of serpents, this was probably the prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standard of VAC texts. Serpent folk, called the Great Hooded Princes, came to know the order called the House of Leith and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the mother of ants, whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the Fifth History, where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River, called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. Okay, so again, this has become my overflow room, but the overflow is overflowing, so I probably need to come up with a better. The problem is that there aren't a whole lot of other rooms that serve as good sort of bookshelf areas. Even this is sort of suspect. I mean, like, eventually I want to try and restore these to something resembling a library. Let me just take a quick look around. It's kind of hard to justify keeping anything in the prison. I think I'm going to start moving them over here. Okay, I also got to add this to the list. Okay. So the secret threshold will be helpful. And we used Edict's Liminal to boost that up. So we're kind of back in the same spot we were before. So I'm going to need to come up with 8 memories for Edict's Liminal. We've got 1, the secret threshold. Fortunately, it does have Rose aspect. But I'm going to need to figure out... So because we're at level 8 with Edict's Liminal, I'm going to need to figure out what I do with the next one. So I'm kind of in the same spot I was before, but given that I ultimately decided not to level up one of the languages, I'm going to try and see if there's another knock mod. I don't believe every combination would be duplicated, and I would actually be kind of surprised if we wound up with a oh, well, there you go, solutions and separations. So gives me something to think about. Okay, so for the rest of the day, confounding parable and memory fear. Yeah, so we'll wait. We've got 1 more minute before we commit to commit the Wist and the Fost to leveling things up. And then we'll see where the rest of the day goes. I should probably prepare for the fact that most of the time when I read a book, it's probably going to wind up giving me a like a lesson that involves kind of taking up all of my elements of the soul to get it leveled up. That won't always happen, but especially given that most of the texts I'm reading will be ones that are, in the double digits, I should expect more than 1 lesson, and I'm pretty sure I have all the lessons at this point. Well, except for languages, but I only get those from people. Okay, so that's the sound of get to work. I think my best bet here, so I already know that I'm keeping the secret threshold. It doesn't really matter what book I read at this point, but I do want a little more variety. So let's go for a confounding parable. No, we've already got a confounding parable. So let's go for a contradiction and a Newman. Sorry, what was the? Isn't that just books in general? Sorry, Narkexi, I was a little preoccupied trying to figure out the next step. What was that? What did I say that was in reference to? I hate having to ask that, but I also hate it when you make a joke and someone doesn't respond. In this case, it's not because I can't say I found it funny, but I didn't find it funny because I missed learning lessons from books to level. Oh yeah, yes, okay. But yeah, no, I try, because I always feel a little bad when I put some effort into a joke and then someone just completely fails to respond. I try when I can to say, sorry, could you repeat that? I was a million miles away. See if I can find Honey, a Comprehensive Guide. I have a specific reason for wanting to read that. Actually, I had, there's a comment on YouTube that somebody was, they're going to be recovering from surgery, I believe. And they were looking for some book recommendations, so I know I asked this probably more than I should on Twitch, but has anybody read anything interesting lately? I don't know if it'll wind up as a recommendation for the person who reached out, but I'm always eager to find out what you're reading. I want to judge. So the reason I went for the Newman for one of them was in case Reverend Timothy winds up giving me something that helps. If I have to use the Newman as part of leveling up sharps, that's fine. That's the cost of doing business. But if it just so happened that Reverend Timothy provided, stolen secret, for instance, that would help. All right. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Haddington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly, he points out that there are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb has only 6 angles. And notably, nectar and scale are 2 which we don't necessarily identify as principles yet. Ugal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinshuck mead, and only Skinshuck requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved by the presence of bees, even those bloody blomberendi. Okay. And I'll read The Child's Treasuries of Golden Afternoons because this is truly horrifying in terms of the Newman that comes out. A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. Once upon a time, a very bad man encoded very bad secrets into the charming illustrations of a book of charming stories. Wake the pictures and you will see. Lord Jacob Gristwood, surgeon, ethnologist, philanthropist. There is no proof that he ever kept children in hutches beneath his bed. There is no proof he vivisected cats at dinner with his penknife. The Suppression Bureau keeps its secrets. Here is your paint, whispered the wolf to the pale girl. Here is your knife for scraping, and here is your face. Newman, merciless alteration. The fundamental flaw, the irresistible shortcut, the hate that heats, the change that mars, the scar that opens. These are the foulest histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the artist and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. One of the things that really strikes me about Book of Hours is that I like this game and I like the environment a lot. There is just something about being in this world and being able to just, have a warm cup of tea and listen to the rain against the windows, or to do some gardening, and take your mind off things, or to focus everything on trying to understand a particularly challenging text. But what I've also noticed is that in terms of the descriptions of some of the things in the Tree of Wisdoms, or even for things like the Newman, the merciless alteration, there are actually, I'd say almost even more so than Cultist Simulator, there are some things that are described in this game that I find more uncomfortable at a very deep level than even in Cultist Simulator, which is very much about, being like, that one actually has probably some of the more obviously like you're a bad guy kind of stuff in it. And yet for some reason there are, and I don't think it's just a contrast thing, but there's definitely stuff in Book of Hours that makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Not in like, I wish Weather Factory didn't write that, but more sort of the implications of some of the things that are talked about in here make me feel quite uneasy. So satisfying to have come so far. There can be some especially with some of the endings, I think there's a degree of subtlety for some of them. I definitely don't mean to overstate, or I don't mean to overstate for Book of Hours or understate for Cultist Simulator. But I think that was what I'm pleasantly surprised by it, and certainly I think quite differently about some of the entities in the secret histories. So there are some organizations I'd like to know a little bit more about in the setting. So things like, the Lighthouse Institute, I think inevitably I'm going to be interested in. I don't even know if they're mentioned in Book of Hours now that I think of it. I know the Ostorium is mentioned. But the, things like all of the libraries, right? The Watchman's Tree is just such an interesting idea. And I'd like to know more about it if I can. more than just Hush House, and specifically why all the gods from nowhere seem to be showing up at these libraries is also a question that I'm interested in. But again, there are definitely some things where I'm like, oh man, like I don't know if I really want to commit this thing. I think this is a little. This is a little. This seems bad. I don't want to commit a bad thing. So. And again, maybe it is that I'm playing a character that's not necessarily a when you're a library. I mean, your background will tell you a little bit about who you are, but I don't necessarily feel that I am a particularly awful individual in this. Whereas you might actually be sort of someone who's like, yeah, I'm all about doing the culty things in Cultist Simulator. So that might be it. Just sort of the discomfort that comes from taking actions that you feel may not necessarily be in line with your character. But I'm not entirely sure that's it. Anyways, I do need to do another inventory, so we're looking for Nock and Moth here. And I need at least 8. Okay, I have got my work cut out on this one. So in terms of the memories that I can think of right here that I can work with, so I've got Impulse, Inescapable Confinement, Pattern Salt, Secret Threshold, and Stolen Secret. So that is 6. So I guess the good news there is if I come up short, I can still apply it towards solutions and separations, and yet if I get hit by a Pneuma, that means I'm not going to be able to level up Edict's Liminal. So like I said, I got my work cut out for me. I'm going to take a different approach here. I am still going to recruit Reverend Timothy. But what I need to think about now are the remaining... So all of the other memories I'm going to be generating through recipes. And I don't have a good way of filtering out the spreadsheet for this, so I'm probably just going to have to stare in silence for a little bit as I look at some of the things I can make. Okay, so the next lesson is that there aren't any level 1 Moth or Nock memories for me. So I know the name day riddle will help, but I'm still probably coming up short. The Hive's Lament, we'll say. That is going to take... I'm going to need to be absolutely on top of everything to make this work. So it's drums and dances with nectar to make the Hive's Lament. So how do I even do this? Oh, that's right. Nona's desk is the only... Oh, actually, I just had an idea. Yep, I gotta use it as an instrument. Drat. Okay. So, I need to find a source of nectar. Well, okay, actually, I need to be even more thoughtful about this. So, what I actually need to combine is I need well, okay, no, there is one other path. And I think it's worth it here. So if I bring in the Mazarine Fife... Nope, because then I need the papers, that's right. Okay. So the best I could do would be the Hallowed Drum, because then I get the nectar for these two. Well, okay, no, I can do the Earth sign. I'm still coming up short for the memory, so I need to use an element of the soul in a way that I wouldn't normally. But it's not like I have a whole lot of options right now, so let's... we'll generate an impulse for starters. I'm not going to use the Trist for that. Let's use Faust. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read a book that gets me and... No, hang on. Okay, no, it will take any memory, so that's fine. And you know what? Just so I know what I'm working with, let's see what the weather is. Because if it's raining, no, sunny doesn't help me. Okay. So, I need to get the, like, difficult to make stuff happening right away. So I'm thinking specifically, Edict's Liminal should work. Again, I'm getting too clever. Oh, hang on. I have an idea. Edict's Liminal. Now we can combine you with a sunny day. And I guess I have to put the Tristan here. So that gets me the name day riddle. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this stuff takes 90 seconds. So the Hive's Lament, unfortunately, I need to wait the 60 seconds to be... I don't think I have a way of avoiding that cost. So yeah, let's read a book with Impulse. Read Deoris Book 1. I know it's not the most original choice, but... So, after that, that should get me what I need for the Savage Hymn. Now I need this health after the minute, so I'm going to reserve the health here. We need Salt Pattern and an Inescapable Confinement. Okay, so I have an idea about that actually. So if we go to the edge of the water... Cast an object into the sea, it will be lost, perhaps irretrievably. Use this to dispose of junk or of danger. That should hopefully get me Assault. Let's try Just Verse for the pattern. I didn't put all the Christopher Lompoli works together. Shame on me. I feel like that's a reading room book, though. Guess not. Nope, here it is. A rare surviving copy of Christopher Lompoli's notoriously unsuccessful volume of experimental poetry, published in 1912. Okay, so we'll also get the Inescapable Confinement using the Whist. It feels weird to leave that health hanging out in the open like that, but I know it's for my own good. I'm a little worried about my ability to deliver this today, to be honest, but let's see how it goes. I think I just kind of need to accept that there's not a whole lot that Reverend Timothy can help me with here. Alright, Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So I do need to get, where I can, I do need to regenerate elements of the soul and use them immediately. Ugh. Okay, so that's good to know that whatever it was, now it isn't. So that's good to know I don't always get salt, but that does put a damper on my plans. But we will still stick with the plan, because well, one, I don't have any other options, but number two, there is a... Alright, I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. I'm just trying to think if there's something else I can do with this memory, but I don't think so. Now, the good news is that if by some miracle Reverend Timothy gives me an impulse, I can actually still use it in the recipe. It'll be a little weird, but I can make it work. In fact, that would be the best outcome for me. But it didn't happen, so... I was slightly worried I might have just screwed myself there, but we're still okay. Okay, so, Deoris Book 1, an occasionally coherent catalogue of the secret gods organized by hour. This is a reprint, but in the original Latin. This volume deals mostly with the hours of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ring yew, among others. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. So there's our impulse. Just Verse, the rare surviving copy of Christopher Illopolli's notoriously unsuccessful volume of experimental poetry. Illopolli is clearly more interested in the occult than in the aesthetic aspects of the work. By most measures, the rhymes are contrived, the meter inconsistent, the imagery banal. Still, even the worst verses have a compelling quality, and I find myself drumming my fingers on the desk to accompany their rhythms. In an afterword, Illopolli discusses mnemonic holometabole, by which, or holometabole? I can't be Bali. Holometabole? Anyways, by which it seems to mean a sort of crafting process where memories, when fed into a preliminary meter technique in the presence of enough knock or rose, can blossom and fissure into more potent versions of themselves. Okay, so... Oh, we have one more. The inescapable confinement. Everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There is only one place you're safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. Alright, so let's go bang on the drums for a bit. Hive's Lament. Drums and dances with scholar-level nectar plus instrument creates Hive's Lament. And incidentally, I believe, Hampswitch, this would be a good example of the question that you were asking. So this is a great example here where there's technically no rule to say that Hive's Lament has to be crafted at the drums. And yet, without a high enough level of drums and dances, I'm effectively limited to crafting it at the drums. So, but I think we kind of covered what you needed for your spreadsheet, which is that it's not imposed in the code of the game; it's just more imposed by implication and what you're likely going to have at the time that you craft. All right, so that's 90 seconds, but fortunately we're still relatively early in the day. Now what I probably should be doing here, and I can still get away with it, so I'm going to pour a glass of water so that I can get my shop back. Again, I should have done that earlier, but I can still make it work. So the shop's going to be what I use to level up the Edict's Liminal. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. And in 1.5 seconds we can just crash another element of the soul straight into the sweet bones. Now, oops. Oh, that's fine. We'll just give him a suppence. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the sweet bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread soaking up the sun. So I was looking for salt, which is something that I can't get from Reverend Timothy. And I do have the inescapable confinement now. So I count 5. Right, because we're still making the Name Day Riddle and the Hive's Lament. So I guess the good news is that 2, 3. I'm really only 3 elements away, and I can get all of those out of books. So let's read the Kukurbit Prisoner Records 28. Scale secured. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that should secure me the salt. After that, I will... So I want an impulse and a stolen secret, but those are 2 things that Reverend Timothy might get me, so in this case I'm just going to make sure I have a second element of the soul that's ready to go. Everything else will be a nice little extra. Okay, there's my Name Day riddle. Deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervenius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. This is why we hold back. So technically I have everything that I need to deliver the day. Now I'm still gonna do I want to spend money on restoring elements of the soul? I will decide in 20 seconds if that's what I want to do. Better now. All right. So again, let's just double check where we're at. So I'm adding salt already. We've got a stolen secret. So yes, we can sit with the... Okay, so here's how I'm thinking about this. I can sit with the whist in my... No, okay, actually, this should be a no-brainer. I always want to go in with an element of the soul. The reason for that is just, again, my outside option with at least one spare element of the soul is to work and earn more money than it costs me to restore it. So, the Kukurbit Prisoner Records 1928 accounts by Governor Collar's private secretary of interventions and experiments in the last years of the Kukurbit prison, focusing primarily on the hill children, wildwood things that have found a shape in the physical world. Something called a Singlefoot, a horned mountain dweller, is brought back from some kind of embassy to the Grove of Green Immortals. Collars expresses his irritation that Gervenius van Loren refuses to assist in its containment. The Singlefoot somehow conjures an earthquake that cracks the tower and enables its escape. Collars determines that it should not have been permitted to dream while kept beneath the earth. It had access to sufficient scale aspects to use its arts of hill and hollow and to develop an old moment into an earthquake name. He mandates above-ground confinement for all hill children prisoners in the future. Okay, so this should mean... Yes, we only need one more element. We need only one more memory before we can level things up. It would be good, actually, to get the impulse sooner rather than later. I guess 13 seconds... No, 15, because I need the knock. Intuition's not bad, it just doesn't help me right now. A buzzing in the skull. Hives lament the song of pragmatic sorrow. Oh, and it's persistent. That's good. I mean, we're gonna get it no matter what, but still, it's nice to know that I have the option. So one of the reasons why it would be desirable to have the impulse now is that I now run the risk that Reverend Timothy is going to give us like a stolen secret. Now again, this is the kind of nice thing about having Reverend Timothy in the state that he's in. It's pretty unlikely that he's going to generate something that we need. In fact, what I think I will do here... no, I'll run with it. I think I have too many elements of the soul at this point, though. Like, I'm not going to be able to work the entire day. So I'll maybe use one of these to work and then the other one to generate a Newman when the time comes. Better now. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, so we'll talk with Reverend Timothy. This should be the last one before the days, the end of day sounds come up. We'll go 10 seconds to see what Reverend Timothy gives us. After that, we get the impulse. We stagger that by a few seconds, and then we take the other Newman, I think. Hey! That could not have worked better for us. Okay, so let's take the Edict's Liminal. So this was, of course, the big target for the day. There's always something more to learn. Improve this skill to level 9. So, what I now have is a... Actually, sorry, I only have one more element of the soul left. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a chat with Reverend Timothy. Now, my hope here is that he's going to give me something that I can dream with. If it doesn't turn out, what I'm going to go for is... I'm still going to take the Newman because that's a persistent memory. And then if we wind up with a bonus that I can take through with me to dream, that's great. The good news is that most of the stuff that Reverend Timothy can create that's helpful for the Edict's Liminal is actually something that that I can dream with. So in this case here, it's the argument for the persistent memory kind of goes. It applies twice, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So the good news, too, is that if we get hit by Pneuma, I'm not going to try and suggest that leveling up solutions and separations is going to be a piece of cake. but it is not going to be like it's not going to be impossible. So even if like tomorrow Numa comes up, we will at minimum have one of the memories that we need out of the 5, which means I just need to generate 4 more. And of course, I'll have enough elements of the soul to be able to generate 4 memories and still have either a Trist or a Shapt left over. And then, of course, the hope would be that I could work the Sweet Bones so that I can get a Spintria. But that's a lower priority. All right, the skill is now level 9. Its power aspects have also increased. The precepts of limitation and division, established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the Chancel. 10 Moth, 9 Knock. Moth is not so important for resurgences and emergences, but that is our highest knock, and by a fair margin. Like, I think our next level of knock is preliminal. Well, 8's not so bad, but still, it's the difference between having another memory to apply towards it or not. Nope, sorry, that's 9, not 10. And I'll set this aside. Here we go. Okay, more gossip. At this point, we're really just hoping to get a Moth Knock kind of memory out of Reverend Timothy. I don't think we'll get another conversation with him today, but okay. So in the worst case, right, we walk away with the inescapable confinement, and that's it, right? Like I just kind of accept that as the second place trophy. We'll still like take the intuition if it comes down to it, but yeah, so the ideal would have been we get something like an impulse, and in that case that would have given me 2 of the 5 that I need for the next level. But it's not like, again, it's this isn't the sort of game where you really want to be hyperventilating over optimizations. Like, if it doesn't turn out, with the exception of Numa, basically if it doesn't turn out, there's always another day. It's not gonna. And, we don't have Numa, right? So I have absolutely nothing to worry about. But it is autumn, the Elegies season. And current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? So it's worth noting here that we don't... Ooh, the clouds are going to help us, actually. So we are up to... There is a reasonable question as to whether or not I want to involve Reverend Timothy at this point, because I don't have a whole lot to... Like, I don't have a lot that I need, right? I've got 3 elements of the soul, and then let's set aside the Shapt or Trist, really. So yeah, I can still use the health to do something, whether that's, harvesting or gardening or, whatever. I guess it would be nice to read a few of these books, so maybe I shouldn't fully give up on trying to get stuff done. Okay, well, you know what? Here's what we'll do. Let's talk with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. He will offer help for free as a friend. Let's also say that we're going to focus on reading some books. So we'll try and have it both ways. So in this case, it would seem to me that 5 Creations is a perfectly reasonable choice for some reading. This is because we've got a Trist. Well, okay, actually there is a catch here. I am sort of cannibalizing some of the memories that I would want. Well, you know what? That's fine. I'll use the Faust for that, and if we have to, we'll just renew them at the Sweet Bones. So let's see if I can find Beekeeper's Ends. I don't think this is... Oh, nope, that's it. Nectar, the Fruits of Knowledge. I have already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So I want to be a little careful with how I handle this. In fact, I should take a moment and just reflect on. So I don't mind sort of committing to reading these books, but I might want to think about what needs to... So what I'm kind of doing here is I need to sit down and reflect on what needs to be true for me to actually come out the other end of this thing, leveling up the solutions and separations. So we've got 1, 2, I need 3, and I currently only have 2 elements of the soul. What do I do if we succeed? Well, you know what? We're going to have an improvement that we can make anyway. And yeah, okay. I know what I'm doing. So yes, I am going to renew elements of the soul in the sweet bones until I know for sure I've got it. And one exception I'm going to make is I think I am going to gather. But the question is, what plants don't I have? So we've got moth, orchid, honeyscar, jasmine, and autumn. I don't think we have that much honeyscar. Yeah, we have 1. Okay, well, that's what I will pick then. The rest of it, though, we're going to hold in a... Actually, there's one other thing that I can do. I can consult my list and see... So we've got an inescapable confinement. It's really just the impulse and the stolen secret that we could reasonably expect Reverend Timothy to give me. So I should be using the whist to read a book. Whoa! See if I can find the radical measure. Okay. So again, this isn't one of these things. If you want to get through the game as quickly as possible, you don't want to play this way. Number one, you want to have better organization for the books. You also want to you want to do what I did earlier, which is just to grab your go-tos. And the radical measure may be one that I don't actually have in the collection. But the drawback to that approach is basically it it keeps you from reading certain fragments which are there it is. Basically, if you play that way, it carries with it the drawback that you wind up not reading certain fragments at times that they're helpful. So I'll give you an example of this. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So Black Nephrite. One of Valentine de Wolf's dream journals, in which he records his visions of a place that is no place, beneath a house that is no house. So you may get from that title that that's nowhere. We've also learned that nowhere, I believe, is lit by lamps of black nephrite. So depending on whether or not you know to make that association with nowhere, either from the description here or the black nephrite, you may or may not get something out of that particular text. Let's say you didn't. Well, if you didn't and you don't bother reading the book again, then you're in this rather difficult position where you're spending so much time getting the memories, but because you're not rereading the text and you're not rereading a variety of text, what you have learned over the course of playing the game isn't going to apply just simply because you're not being exposed to ideas. Like, basically, most of the text in the game does benefit from rereading, but not just rereading in the sense that maybe there's like a secret you missed the first time. The reason you missed that secret the first time is you don't know to look for it. And the idea is that as you continue to read fragments, you'll gain a better understanding of the world. Even if, like, most of the time you play the game, you have this reaction of, I have no idea what's going on. Some of it sinks in, and it's that process of rereading that makes it, kind of makes it stick. Gräfin Friederike Dagmar Sophia Teresa Helena Begina von Nagelsberg, if you prefer. She doesn't. So she does know Ramsund. I believe Strathcoin does as well. But even if we did want to learn it, we don't have anything to pay her with. Okay, the affair of the endless guest. An inhabitation of worms is never to be taken lightly. In this case, worms have been chosen to inhabit one Spencer Hobson. What? An inhabitation of worms is never to be taken lightly. In this case, worms have been chosen to inhabit one Spencer Hobson on assignment by the Bureau in Krakow. Hobson has remained unusually articulate for an inhabitee, and apparently he considers the worms his guest. All right, The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from the earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of those traditions being passed to lesser insects and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. Okay. So just remember that that impulse was not so that we could level up Edict's Liminal, but rather so we could read a particular moth text, which we are now going to do. So, Trist, Edict's Liminal. Five creations, and Vac. Oh, forgot the memory. Moth choice. I can master this mystery. Enough moth to match mystery moth. But yeah, I think in this case, I'm just going to keep paying for the rest and refreshment, and if I have a surplus at the end, hey, them's the breaks. Better now. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. I was originally going to say I was going to take a break for tea, but it's occurred to me that I haven't actually finished what I already have. So I think I'll be able to see it through to the end. Okay, more revelations. I still think it's generally paid off whenever I've brought in Reverend Timothy on this sort of stuff, but I always kind of feel 50-50 about it. Particularly in this case, because I did have the memories in the bag, but I would still like to make some progress with the moth text, especially because we're in a new season. Okay, I'm trying to think of where I might want to store these, but honestly, let's just we'll put it in the bridge. I'm slightly disappointed that I haven't been examining more of these rooms. So again, it would be kind of neat for me to figure out what the story is with the Calymbix sarcophagus, but. I don't know, there's a limit in terms of my attention, right? Like, I think it's better to have a specific intention in terms of saying, all right, you know, I have a lot of different things I can do right now, but at the moment, my biggest priority is X. And in this case here, reading texts, getting those skills up, getting more knowledge, that's probably my number one. And then as a supplement, just so I don't get overwhelmed, being able to level up the skills as I get those improvements. Sort of it's a nice sort of, I don't know, side quest. I don't know if that's the right, probably not the way I would want to describe it, but I think it illustrates what I'm trying to do. If you can just give me one quick second. I'm a little weirded out by what I'm seeing with Book of Hours. It's just in my my Twitch menu. The actual cover for Book of Hours is missing. Hit People Guy, have you been deciding what skills to level? When you first played this, you tried to get every skill and level them up, but ran into problems later. I'm curious what problems you're referring to. I've actually had a pretty vanilla way of leveling things up. So you'll notice that, first of all, I haven't really committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. I did do one, but there is somebody. So this wasn't like a challenge run, as far as I can tell on the Reddit, someone has done a non-committal like challenge run. The aim here was just I started off saying, like, I want to see how far I can go without committing, and then I just wound up unlocking the whole house. So, you know, I wound up, I don't know, like, it was a, I want to see how far I can go with this, that ultimately led me to taking it way too far. But it taught me a lot. But no, I see the problem that you're talking about. So basically, the main problem you ended up with was that you have a bunch of high-level lantern and sky skills and nothing really else. And there is one challenge in terms of answering this question, because my belief is that this game does not require the use of some kind of a wiki or advanced knowledge of what those skills will give you. And yet if you're trying to work out sort of this optimal path through the game, you know, it certainly does help to know what skills give you certain outcomes. It's like, for example, in most of my playthroughs, if I see something like Inks of Containment, I know that that gives me Solomon's Preparation, and Solomon's Preparation is quite helpful for not just giving to other, to your assistants in terms of helping them unlock winter sections, but it's also the recipe. It's part of it was one of the ingredients for one of the Incastum Terminale, the Nillicant. So, you know, none of this stuff a player should be expected to know at the start of the game. And so you're sort of left with a little bit like what you're describing, which is to say, well, how do I how do I know? What do I pick? So the answer I'm going to give you is actually a disappointing one, which is that I've gotten to this level with all of these skills just by applying the skills that that I got from the book. So in every single one of these cases, I've actually gotten 8 Tridesma Hira lessons, or 9 Tridesma Hira lessons because I needed the first one. And I have leveled those up accordingly. And likewise with Resurgences and Emergences, Quenchings and Quellings, Sickle and Eclipse, I have actually, in the case of Sickle and Eclipse, I've actually gotten more than was necessary. So I think I've gotten 10 Sickle and Eclipse. And likewise with Edict's Liminal, I've got a surplus. And so the way I've been deciding to boost the next level, I was originally thinking of leveling up the languages, but in this case, I opted to put them into whatever Knock and Moth combination, I could find. So in the case of Sickle and Eclipse, or the comparable combination, Sickle and Eclipse is Edge and Moon, Sharps is Edge and Moon. So in this case, I took Sickle and Eclipse and used it to boost up Sharps. And the same story with Edicts, Liminal, and Solutions and Separations. The reason why I don't like giving that answer is that probably leads you to the same problem you had before. I think you were doing the same thing that I did. Now, I guess the thing that I can say is that for me, that approach did not stop me from being able to have enough of a diverse set of skills to get me through. The thing to maybe keep in mind about that is, how do you level up skills or get new ones? Well, you do that by getting books. And it's like, okay, well, how do I get books? I get books by exploring rooms. And the thing to remember about exploring rooms is that having skills doesn't directly help you. Having skills, the best that having a skill can do is it will allow you to craft something that will maybe help you, unlock that room. So again, Solomon's Preparation is an example. But what I want to try and do is give you an answer that will help you out with the challenge you ran into, which is that if you just, at least your feeling is that if you just read and use the skills that you were given. Exactly, yeah, because there's nothing, skills are internal to you. That's knowledge that you have. And so it's related to the things you can craft. It's related to what texts you can understand. So, I've got some textbooks beside me, which if I had tried to read those at the beginning of university, I would have been so discouraged I would probably drop out. Whereas, reading them now, they're a challenge, but they're something that will make me more informed. Although I'm pretty sure you understand how knowledge works, so giving that example probably wasn't necessary. But yeah, so because skills are personal to you and they're not assistants in the same way that sort of lending your strength or your eloquence to your assistants work in terms of providing the element of the soul. The thing to remember is that the ways that you'll wind up getting more skills to work with will be oriflammes, opening up different rooms. So the reading room, the bridge. I feel like there's one other one, which is this bonanza of books. I seem to remember getting a couple of good books out of these vaults now that I think of it. But yeah, so the things that will get you more books are not actually related to the skills that you have directly, although indirectly being able to craft certain items is very helpful. And then, generally it's kind of the rich get richer. Like the more skills that you have, the better you're going to be able to sort of lift things up. Although with that in mind too, depending on the skills that you commit, you might be able to level up certain elements of the soul. And then from there you would be able to, to put more element of the soul rather than more skill towards a given book. So you may have noticed this already, but if you read a book at the desk, sorry, this is not at the desk that I want. A really common thing for me to do is to use a tool, right? So you put your element of the soul, your skill, your memory, and then you have an option here with a width. And generally I like to add a tool because tools are renewable. So for instance, let's say I wanted to add a rose or a moon, I could add the Loner Globe here. But the thing that's worth remembering is that you can also add inks, right? So that becomes very helpful. when I'll give you an example of one I may need to do this for. So we've got the sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled. Now I'm lucky enough that I've got my sickle and eclipse at 10 edge, but if you were to see all of my elements of the soul, I have no Arab and I have no metal. So there's no element of the soul that I have that gives me edge. So the only thing that I'm really bringing to the table here would be the edge from the skill. So it's like, well, what about a memory? It's like, well, I could bring in a contradiction and that would give me 2, or like Rite of Torg's Cleansing. And as it happens, I believe the Audacity is actually a 6 edge. So I could try and make a keeper level edge, but then that invites the question is like, well, how on earth am I supposed to make a keeper level edge if I don't have a level 9 skill, right? Like that's a tall order. So one of the other options I would have is if I've got a contradiction, which gives me 2 edge memory. Well, now if I add the perniculate, that gives me 4 edge, and all of a sudden now I'm able to read the sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled and not needing to rely on the random numbers there. So the good news is that now perniculate's a bit of a stronger one, but it doesn't cost that much to make certain inks. One thing I tend to notice I'm quite short on in most of my playthroughs are actually nectar, and in this case, how much you want to bet I don't have a nectar kicking around? All right. It's Ugal ink anyway, and I don't actually seem to have an example of it at the moment. But I think you get the principle, right? Is that some of the simpler inks can actually give you a little bit more, well, maybe not a little bit more, but they'll give you a boost to your memory. So, if you're bringing a memory with 2, well, then you now add the ink, and that gives you another 2. And all of a sudden, you've sort of found that even if you don't have a relevant skill, you might find that you're actually at 6 for one of those mysteries. And those things really do start to add up over time. But to directly answer the question that you have, which is to say, let's say you're not a complete, basket case like me, who can't decide on anything and like the reason why I've done it this way is that it's just a thing I don't need to think about for this playthrough, and it hasn't hurt me yet. There are some things I wish that I could do a little bit better, but generally I've been able to work my way around those. So honestly, the best way to handle it is that you never know what your next book is going to be. You have a deck that books are drawn from, so generally things like the Dawn period books are going to be in, weird languages, and they're going to have very high-level mysteries, whereas something from, Nocturnal or the Baronial period will be relatively straightforward. But that's about the only foreknowledge that you get. So sometimes that decision is going to be, what is the thing I'm really struggling with right now? And then essentially you sort of, the drawback with that is that if you do that without cataloging your books, what you're essentially doing is you're fighting the last war. So the fact that you struggled with some Noct texts is something of an indicator that you may struggle with Noct texts in the future. Because if you struggle with them now and nothing's changed, well, they may or may not be easier depending on what types of books you have coming up. But it's not guaranteed, particularly if, you've read all of the Noct texts from a particular period. Well, you're not going to get them. But I don't play this game keeping track of what the decks are. There's I think there's like 200 books in the game or something like that. There's a lot in here. 200 might be a bit much, but... So where I can, if I have to commit something, generally I like to do so having cataloged as much as I can. And essentially that's to sort of help give me a little bit of a plan in terms of where I'm going with things. And then the other one would be if I'm finding that I'm coming up short in terms of a certain type of thing. So for instance, I ignored crafting for a long time just because I have a very small number of elements of the soul. And one thing I sort of said is like, you know what, I'm really coming up short in terms of like moth memories or scale memories or, something like that. So for me, that was actually more about spending some time and actually practicing with the skills. But there's another version of that, which is to say that, I know I'm not going to be able to level this thing up a little bit more. But I do know that I need, again, let's say moth memories. Well, in that case, then you sort of say, it's like, okay, I've got Edict's Liminal here. Well, this is directly moth, so that's a little bit easier. But let's say it was Nock and something else. And I said, okay, well, I've got Nock, so, I can use that with Edict's Liminal, and that'll indirectly level up a moth thing. Or I can use that Nock, and I can use that to boost up solutions and separations. And again, that winds up giving me a little bit more moth. Rose is actually another one that tends to trip me up quite a bit. So again, if I wind up with something with Moon, well, now I know I can use that to level up Sand Stories and such. But the thing is that if you don't have cataloged books in your inventory, it's always going to be something of a shot in the dark. And so sometimes you're going to say, well, this is like my lowest aspect, so maybe I'm just going to raise the potential floor. Or sometimes you'll say, well, it's really easy for me to generate things like edge memories. So if if I really want to do a lot of edge crafting, maybe I'll just go to an instrument and take advantage. I guess there isn't really an edge instrument, so Forge will work because we've got the organ and the bells. But yeah, likewise, in that case, you can sort of say it's like, okay, well, actually, I guess if I wanted to use more than one memory, I could do that at the Practic Garden. But yeah, so sometimes it's just a reflection in terms of like what you have available to you and where you feel like you can close those gaps. So for instance, I could be in a situation, let's use that edge memory example. So let's say I have the Practic Garden. I have the edge that I needed here. And let's say that my edge is pretty high with Auroral Contemplations and Sicylin Eclipse. But let's say for a moment that it wasn't. Like, let's say that it was okay, but it wasn't ideal. But one thing that I did know was that because it's easy for me to generate memories, and because I can basically populate, let's say, 2 memories, or maybe I've got like a couple of Arabs, so I've got, 2 elements. So I've got, 2 edge that I can bring in here, and I've got a modest edge, and then I can bring in 2 edge memories. I can use that to create a higher level edge memory, and then that feeds back into this little system, and then I wind up with the keeper level one. And all of a sudden I can say, well, my individual edge skill isn't that high, but I've been able to sort of reapply it over and over again to get me higher up to, to like a 15 edge or something like that. To me, that's an argument that I actually don't need to invest any more inside of edge, unless I'm finding it inconvenient to keep like redoing that action. In that case, I would actually be willing to take Sicylin Eclipse and maybe use it to level up something that's, Moon, or that would be an example where maybe I'd take up Sand Stories. But again, I do that sort of with the knowledge of what my upcoming challenges are going to be. So like the one problem I've run into right now, because I like satisfying all of my visitors, is that I've got a ton of books that I haven't read here because they're in languages I don't understand. So Deep Mandaic, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different items that I'm just waiting to read. I've got like 2 Newman just waiting to be read because of Crack Track. Kernvek, Hennevek, and Ramsund, 2 books each there. So there is like, there's always going to be something that there's always going to be something that you want to do that you may not have access to in the game. But what it is sometimes a question of is like, have I built myself a somewhat credible path through sort of through the thickets? Because the one thing that will be true about Book of Hours is that you are always going to want to do more than what you currently have access to. And so to bring it back to the skills, like what I tend to do is I just try and say, do I have enough that would keep me occupied? And if I was really like truly beside myself with indecision, what I would probably say is like, what level up will allow me to read the largest number of books? Because of course, reading the largest number of books gives me access to more memories or lessons. And in the worst case scenario, if I made the wrong choice, having lots of lessons then just means that I get more opportunities to undo the thing that I did. I can also say, I'll leave it to you to decide whether or not you want me to go too far down this road. But I will actually say, if you haven't committed something to the Tree of Wisdoms, there is actually a way to take down a level. You can actually get things back. Not really be free. Like I gotta be honest. Like I'm trying to be as comprehensive as I can in terms of giving people like sort of a heuristic for being able to navigate the skills. But the thing is that I gotta be honest. Like all that I've done is just simply taken the lessons and applied them to the ones that I have. Like it's. I feel like a little bit of a hypocrite because it's not what I do, but it is like I still have enough empathy for the situation to be able to say, okay, if I really felt that I was limited by a particular skill, here's how I would sort of go through it. Appreciate the advice and the understanding of the game. I think I'll be good going forwards. Just need to look with new. Yeah, well, this is the thing. So, Hit People Guy, I'm not going to recommend that you play it the way that I do, which is like limiting the number of elements of the soul that I got. That was just sort of a silly thing for me to do because I'd been playing the beta quite a bit, and I don't want to say I get bored, but it's sometimes nice to just change things up. What I will tell you, though, is it taught me a fairly interesting lesson, which was how much I had come to rely on a small subset of actions in the game. And as soon as I basically was forced not to use that subset of actions, I learned a whole other set of things that I didn't even realize were possible in this game. So when you say look at it with new eyes, that is exactly the way you want to handle it. So far as I can tell, with the exception of destroying your journal, I do not believe there is a way to get properly stuck in the game. It will be more challenging in some cases, but it will not be impossible to win. And so again, because the game is always going to throw challenges at you, and some of those challenges are going to be more than you can handle at a given moment. The answer usually lies in trying something you haven't done or that you haven't done in a while. And then of course, there are some things like, again, so the big fun of Book of Hours is some of the stuff that you just discover. So I don't want to say exactly like, oh, we'll just go and do this thing and you'll find a surprise, because then it's not a surprise, right? But one thing that I did find was when every once in a while there will be like a book that I read and it describes something very specific, and I'm like, okay, that's probably an instruction. It's like, I wonder if I can do that, right? So I'm going to make up this example, but I've got a collection of like H.G. Wells short stories here. And like, if I were to be reading in one of those short stories, the entertainer was talking in front of his transmission device, and then he turned around and he opened the box that was in front of his old school textbooks, and he saw something in there that would change his life forever. I'm probably going to be tempted enough to go and take a look in the box, right? I may have looked in that box and, I might have a very clear idea in terms of what's in there, and I may have opened it 100 times and it didn't. But after reading that passage in a collection of H.G. Wells short stories, something really old, something that should not be relevant to my current situation, and yet describes something weirdly specific for me, I'm going to be curious enough to try that out. And there's definitely moments like that in Book of Hours, and if you interpret them correctly, they will lead to some really interesting discoveries. So, but like I said, I don't want to. I feel if I give such a contrived example like that, it's not really going to tell you. It's not going to tell you anything you shouldn't know. But what I'm hoping, especially because you mentioned it's something that you loved about Cultist Simulator, once you're sort of in that mindset, it just you suddenly start seeing the new pathways open, and then you're just doing absolutely preposterous stuff in the game that you would have thought was impossible like 15 minutes before. So it sounds like you are in for a lot of fun. All right. The Radical Measure, glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Alopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. The Hours have little time for poetry, Dr. Peel avers, but they have a tremendous amount of time for poets. Alopoli has added a note suggesting that this should, in fact, be the most tremendous time with poets. As the rose opens, Dr. Peel explains, enduring memory opens to the horizon. This is a way of saying something that cannot otherwise be said and is best only written with one eye firmly closed. Alopoli's gloss reads, Horizon Sight Synthesis Method, reverse procedure with knock to elaborate Gervinite in the chronsochord mode. So we actually found that recipe in an indirect way a couple of streams ago, but okay. I actually need to take a quick trip to the bathroom. I know normally this is when I would be finished, but I don't mind going a little bit longer because we've got a bunch of stuff to do. But I think I'm going to, well, one, I'm going to expel the tea, but I'm also going to make another tea. So I'm going to have a small break, and that is going to mean you all get to pay the rent by watching some advertising. No, I am going to run the ads just because there's sort of been a dip and then a jump back in terms of people watching the stream. So it's always nice to block the pre-rolls for as long as I can. But now would be a good time, rather than being sold stuff. You can get up, you can have a stretch, do whatever you need. I shouldn't be gone for more than 2 or 3 minutes, I think. And then we will be back to upgrade. We'll use the Lessons for Edicts Liminal and see if we can read a few more books. I agree completely, Hit People Guy. The music for this game is something else. I was rather hoping that the soundtrack would be released at the same time that the game was, but my understanding is that I think we may be expecting it around Christmas time. Obviously, Weather Factory has the last say, the only say on when that comes out, but I do know that they intend to release it, and that it will be it's a standalone purchase, so you'd have to get it through a whatever music service or through Steam as a separate purchase. It's not included in the perpetual edition that they put out, but it's they. I mean, Mickey Mouse Productions have been. I get the impression they've been a long time collaborator with them, so I know. I know they worked on Sunless Sea as well, which obviously would have been Failbetter, Alexis's first company. But yeah, just overall, it's it's a really, really great soundtrack, and it's one kind of that so I don't feel bad when I go on breaks, just because people are usually in good hands. I definitely have a few favorite songs in the soundtrack, but I don't think there's a song that I would ever want to skip over. Anyways, and then suddenly you have a wall containing. Oh, sorry. Suddenly you have a wall with a bunch of pictures and red string connecting everything next to you. This is actually one of the reasons I really love having handwritten notes for the game. I do also keep a spreadsheet, but there's something about that handwritten note to make the crazy person writing. Although for briefly I thought you might have been referring to to this wall. All right, so I still want to get my Edict's Liminal. I think we're waiting until we hit the last minute of the day before I break and read some books for the memories. But let's keep going as long as I keep the plate spinning. I think I'm happy to let this run by like usual. Well, my usual guideline, and like this is more just so I can keep sense of it in my head, is that when I'm dealing with sort of like Secret Histories world information, that will normally go in a handwritten note. And then if I'm going for game information, like so if I want to do recipes or something like that, that normally winds up going in a spreadsheet. And I think there's one big reason for that for me, and that's, I know like some people like using Obsidian, and then I know Scrivener makes a mind mapping tool. What's it called? I actually have it. I think it's Scalpel. Yeah, Scalpel. None of them actually do. So Obsidian was promising, but it didn't actually have one thing I was specifically looking for. But basically, the big thing for me is that the recipes for me, I mean, they are set up in, if you want, you can go through the JSON files inside the directory. Like they absolutely follow the kind of database formatting that you would see, in any, enterprise. If you were working on the data side of, of some kind of enterprise, it would be very familiar territory. You would pretty much know how you would join those things. I don't know how widely known SQL is, but I get the impression most people who know a thing or two about programming probably know SQL. So yeah, like I think most people would have a pretty clear idea in terms of how they would use something like SQL to go through the game and basically get the information that they need. Not that you need to know programming to get the most out of Book of Hours, far from it. But what I do tend to find is that when I'm dealing with concepts as exist inside the game, particularly with the idea that if I had a guess, I would say that at minimum, Exile, Base Cultist Simulator, Book of Hours take place in pretty distinct periods. Like, you could establish an ordering for them. But in addition to that, I actually have a feeling that even something like Ghoul, the Ghoul DLC, like the Medium Legacy, I should probably read a little more carefully, but I have a feeling that that may also involve a little bit of a shift in terms of a timeline. And then, of course, there's the very likely fact that Book of Hours takes place in a different history from the one that that Cultist Simulator does in. So with that doesn't necessarily lend itself to this nice sort of rectangular format where every cell has, you know, a well-defined entry that it would correspond to something. In some cases, you just have this mad spider web of connections going everywhere, the red string and photos that Hit People Guy was talking about. And so that's actually one really big reason why I like being able to do handwritten notes for some of the more, you know, secret history specific things, because like then I can do, it's like, okay, so who, you know, what are the members of the chancel, and then, you know, I can either scratch something out, or I can like put a box around it and then like draw a line and say, okay, it's definitely this and this, or, you know, here's a possible, you know, and basically those kinds of nonlinear connections are a little bit easier for me to make on a you know, on a piece of paper, even if it's going over like several pages. I tend to find that those are a little bit better suited to something that's that isn't in that, you know, it's you couldn't fit it in like a matrix, basically. But I mean, honestly, everybody had like much like the game, right? Like, if you look at the YouTube series that I've done and the way that I organize it, like, so much of this game is entirely about how you make sense of the world, how you order knowledge, what you do with that. You know, it would be silly for me to sort of argue the one true faith in terms of note keeping. Like, I think a very large part of this game is very much dealing with the topic we're talking about right now, which is, you know, how do you organize all of this? All right, 5 creations. The itinerant scholar Shohei described 5 possible origins for humanity with a hooded figure since claimed to be the beach crow. Shohei later claimed that all these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. The carapace origin. We were born from shell, like the children of the wasp from the spider. The glorious origin. Our life motes descended from light. The origin befouled. We were found naked and smeared with muck in the roots of the wood. Shohei's preferred theories are that we are the children of apes who walked upright, although his tone here is satirical, or that we consumed not only our parents, which is not the crime of the sky, but also our origin, so that we came from nowhere. Oh man, we're doing all our greatest hits again. So Resurgences and Emergences is going to give me a run for my money. And Gossip, okay. So again, I'm running short of places to put books, but we're going to use the guest rooms for now. Okay, so following the pattern that I have so far, with Resurgences and Emergences already at level 9. I knew I was going to hit this point, I just didn't realize it would be so soon. I think probably my best bet here would be to... well, Grail and Moth. I could level up Hyksos and Sabazine if I want. I'm going to resist the urge. Well, let's do what we normally do. Let's see if we can find Grail and Moth combinations. Can't be Applebright Euphonies. That's a Grail and Sky. Yeah, so this may actually be forcing me to to make some real choices. I'm going to do a quick run through these. So I do have another approach that I'm going to take if we're truly at a point where I don't have another Grail and Moth skill, and to be honest, I don't think I do. I do have an idea about how I might get the most out of these lessons. So like one option that I have would be to park these in languages and then just just like knock them down in Numa so that they kind of count as storage. But I feel like that is not an advisable strategy where I'm at right now. So as a second best, I'm going to start doing... So this is going to take me a little bit... it's going to take me a little bit of time, but it's going to be worth it. I'm going to keep a record of each of the aspects and what my level is of those. And I'm going to start bringing that floor up. Okay. Now, this doesn't mean that all of the recipes will be covered, but what this is going to give me is an idea of my floor for all of the different aspects, and then that's going to equip me to elevate the potential books that I can read. So here's a good example. We're at Sky 7. That's the highest that I've got for Sky right now. Okay, Rose 7 is another example. Okay, my Nectar is particularly bad. That's 6. And I haven't seen Scale yet. Oh, Forge. Yeah, so there's a couple of really obvious gaps that I've got here. You're my fave, but I got a dip. It's been a whole last weekend. Love you. Thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I don't take attendance, so I don't take it personally when people have to go on with their day. I'm especially because I'm going for extra time anyway. Okay, so I'll just double check here. So we're apparently one short on the highest level Grail, so and the funny thing is I don't think we have a lot of candidates. It looks like Great Signs and Great Scars would be our best way, but we wouldn't be able to use both Resurgences and Emergences for that. So let me just double check. So I'll make sure that I get this correct. So Grail, how do I even figure this out for if I'm missing it? Okay, so we've got Grail, Moth, Winter, Heart, Edge, Knock, Lantern, Forge. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the original. The new ones: moon, sky, rose, scale. Moon, sky, rose, scale. I think that's it. No, nectar. Moon, sky, rose, scale, nectar. Okay. So, Grail's short by 1, Heart's short by 1, Nox short by 1, Lantern short by 1, Sky's short by 2, Rose by 3, Nectar by 4, along with Forge, and Scale's short 3. So what I want to be looking at here would be, is there an opportunity for me to employ Grail and Moth towards improving, let's say, Nectar or Forge? So my best Nectar right now is Drums and Dances. That requires Heart, so that's not really working. Disciplines of the Hammer, similarly, that's a Forge 6. That's not taking us anywhere. Bells and Braziaries requires Sky, so that doesn't really help. Scale, Knock, and there we go, Hill and Hollow. So if I were to apply Resurgences, note Resurgences and Emergences is Grail and Moth, not Grail and Moon, so that doesn't help either. Okay. Inks of Containment would bring us up on things that we already know how to do. Bells and Braziaries, we don't have anything we can work with. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Let's go from the top. We'll look at anything 8 or lower. So for instance, Sacrolamea might be an option where I'd say, okay, well, what happens if I add 2 here? Well, that definitely brings me up to 9. That does have the nice bonus where that would at least give me Sky 9, so I would be a little bit higher for that, but I'm not entirely sure that's the best use of my high level Resurgences and Emergences. Maybe I want to bring the floor up rather than push the top ones even higher. Okay. Moving on, again, we're looking for Moth and Grail. So Weaving and not working. So the good news on that one would be I can add 2 levels there, and that brings me from Heart 9 to Heart 10. This is a slightly better argument for Weaving and not working. I'll maybe give that a question mark, but again, we're already at Heart 9 from Quenchings and Quellings, was it? Yeah. So 1 point isn't really gonna push this over the edge. Signs of the Great, Great Signs, Great Scars. Well, again, we're at Knock 9 already. That's not gonna bring us anywhere. We're not already. Inks of Revelation, that'll bring us up to level 8. So it's like Auroral Contemplations over again. Solutions and Separations are already been taken care of by Edict's Liminal, and we already have a Moth 10. Okay. I am probably going to just focus on the bottom of the list. Rites of the Roots is mildly tempting because that'll at least bring me up to Nectar. Well, I think we already... Yeah, that'll still bring me up to Nectar 7. So there's a slight appeal there. Transformations and Liberation. So if we're at Forge 6... I mean, I guess all that would really be accomplishing here is that it would make it something equal to Disciplines of the Hammer. I'm not entirely sure that's enough. The other thing I could do is say, let's just focus on Illumination and level those up as much as possible. And then if I wanted to level up the lowest elements that I've got, I would use leaves and thorns. There's a small appeal to that in the sense that it requires the least effort. I don't know, something about adding rights to the roots feels like a good choice here. Because Nectar is actually one of my lowest levels. Yeah, I think I'm going to go rights to the roots on this. But that's going to require more than I currently have. And Gossip doesn't help me. So we'll probably let the Gossip go away. We'll just focus on... We'll focus on getting what we need to level up. Excuse me. We'll focus on leveling up solutions and separations. Okay, none of this is helping me. Alright, better now. So... I've got some choices to make. So, number one, I need to get solutions and separations. I need two more... Yeah, I need two more memories to be able to level that up. So I think the easy answer for me here is probably just to go for Salt and... Salt and Secret Threshold. Let's try the Deaths of the Moon for Salt. Okay, where are we? Again, I'm not going to spend the whole night looking for Deaths of the Moon, so if I can't... Kilisimi text. Feel like I gotta use Whist for that. Okay, and apparently I don't have a confounding parable yet. Why would I? It's not relevant. Okay, we've got a pattern, we've got Salt, we've got Inescapable Confinement, so a Secret Threshold. Matter and Deeds of Serpents, which is one of the newer texts that I've read, but I'm not going to complain about using it. I also need to remember to keep the Shapt free. No, that's not it. Oh wait, that was yeah. It's a very new one. Okay. Here we go. Finally mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that should sort me out for leveling up. I still have one more element of the soul, which I could use to either earn some money. Oh yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll pay for the health. The health is just going to go back into earning some money. I will get a Newman specifically related to leveling up Rights of the Roots. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to worry about that. I can just read Wrapped in the King. And we got to keep the shaft because that's going to be what lets me level up Edict's Liminal. Or not Edict's Liminal, you know what I mean. An unfamiliar... Oh, for heaven's sake. I always get trapped by the fact that... Oh, where the hell did I put it now? It's because it adds the language after you add the text. I always keep forgetting to add language. Anyways, it'll get us what we need. So again, we preserve the shaft. We're earning the the heart back just so that we can make a bit more money, and I will talk with Daymare as soon as the sun goes down. Or alternatively, what I'll do is, if I have a memory that I can bring with me that will be relevant for resurgences and emergences, I'll carry that over. Okay. It's the last chance I get to talk with Reverend Timothy, so hopefully it will give us something we need. Better now. Alright, so we use the health for manual labor. On the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, this was probably the Prophecies of the Naga rendered into English, as illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. The serpent folk, called the Great Hooded Princes, came to know the order called the House of Leith, and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the Mother of Ants, whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the Fifth History, where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River, called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests, which also has some... sorry, I was going to mention this before, but I think kind of has some interesting implications for Alexander. Again. Alright, so there's the secret threshold. We should be getting the Salt from Kilisimi text in 10 seconds or so. Okay, wrapped in the king. Okay, The Deaths of the Moon, an historical tract on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the Grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alkalites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is the waning moon mode. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to the point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. There will be a quiz on this later. Okay. Solutions and separations. This was our goal for today. It's a bit of a bumpy road to get there, but I'm not completely unhappy with how it turned out. And I do need to pick a memory to take with me to bed, but let's wait the 20 seconds to see where this all goes. Okay, another gossip. So if I want, I do have the option of talking with Reverend Timothy one more time in hopes of getting something that will be useful for resurgences and emergences. In this case, it's Rites of the Root, so I'm going to want Moth or Nectar, neither of which are very likely for Reverend Timothy to produce. So I think it's probably better for me to just get a head start with Daymare. We will talk about the affair of the Endless Guests. Nasty business with the worms. Nasty. Do you ever run across Hobson? Horrible little man. Still, nasty. All right, and Daymare is quite good at knock, so I don't think we have any 5 knock texts. I think they're always divisible by 2. But we can take a look for a level 6. There you go. Elations of Lamentius. Does Daymare understand Latin? They do indeed. The second volume of Albert Jeffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. Bureau's got Hobson in a box, they say. Bureau won't know a box from a box room. Bureau's got Hobson in a box, they say. Bureau wouldn't know a box from a box room, say I. Ha ha, box room. Box room. As you were. Thought I'd pop over to Krakow to make sure that everything's properly sealed. I just want to get my intricisms straight first. Box room. Seal 'em up like Christmas. See if I won't. Pip, 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 pip. Aha! Box room. Alright, the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So, again, nothing really special about solutions and separations other than the fact that it happened to match some of the aspects I was looking for. I think I'm just gonna sleep the Solus away. Again, it's not gonna really do anything for me, but feels like a waste if I don't bring something in. Incidentally, I was just going to say, I don't think Narkexi is still around. One of the ways that I can tell is if I click on the Shrine of Saint Tentretto. Basically a chat full of people who are checking their headphones. And of course, I'm always fond of the Oubliette ASMR. All sorts of delights waiting for us in Hush House. Well, you're very awake now. Sorry for those of you who wanted to go to bed. It is actually kind of mean for me to do that because I do know some people actually really do like having the stream on for to go to bed. So I try not to abuse it, but I'm sure most of you who've seen me online do know that I have a little bit of an impish streak. So it's hard sometimes not to want to follow up on the impulse. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, there's nothing... Basically, right now, everything that I'm going to do is going to be tied to this leveling up. I also don't see a whole lot of value in bringing in Reverend Timothy, but let's maybe work out the numbers. You've been looking forward to listening to your Book of Hours playthrough on YouTube. That's how I found you. Just been holding off till I unlock more of the game. Completely understandable. Excuse me. Yeah, like, I was lucky that, you know, that Weather Factory gave me a beta key because, and to be honest with you, I probably wasn't a very good beta tester because, you know, if I'm going to be doing the test on stream, then that just means I'm going to get so much less of the game done. But I appreciate it nonetheless. And you know, obviously I want to do the best that I can. But my experience, you know, of the Secret Histories games, my experience has always been that I have not had the option of the game being spoiled for me. Because, and I don't mean to, I always feel a little weird saying this one because there's a bit of a thing. I don't really think that this distinction means anything, but I think I might have been the first, at least English streamer to stream Cultist Simulator because it's something that I found on itch. You know, I did take a look to see if anybody had done it before I streamed, and there wasn't any record of that. And I went and played it and liked it, and kind of the rest is history at that point. And the only reason why I feel a little weird saying that is I know there was somebody with sort of administrative privileges in a place, who made something of a big deal. It's like, well, I was actually the first one to stream it. And I was like, come on, man. Like, do you really need to run down the thing that I'm doing right now? Like, I'm sure if the distinction, and like I said, like I don't even need to make a big deal about it, but knowing that there's at least someone who assigns a bit to to that distinction, I always feel a little weird saying it. But so far as I can tell, like one way or another, it was not something that I feel that I could reasonably have expected someone to just kind of come in and say everything about the game, right? I was figuring it out, and it's not like I did the BattleTech beta and people were busy telling me how BattleTech works as if I'd not played the tabletop. But like, yes, there are people who will go in and try to tell you how a game that literally could not be played by anyone who was not one of the developers works. But I mean, that's kind of self-evidently silly, right? Like you can safely ignore that and tell people there is no possible way you have any expertise on this that I don't already have. So like basically it means that my experience of the Secret Histories games have always been something that I don't even have the option of getting outside help with, even if I wanted. And it's funny because even though I'd like to think that this is a relatively popular independent game, it's worth remembering that I've been writing a couple of articles on productivity in games lately, so a lot of the stuff I've been looking at has been not new and popular on Steam, but like new releases on Steam, as in the most recent thing to be released on Steam, not the thing that the algorithm says is new and has been getting some kind of attention. So, depending on what your frame is or what your standards are, I feel like this is a reasonably popular independent game. But it's also worth noting that with all that in mind, I think it's still going to be true for the entire lifetime of this game that there will be more people who have never heard of it than have ever played it. And that's just, by virtue of the fact that gaming is a very, very large space now. And, even the most popular independent game is still going to have... Actually, one way of identifying this, and this is a bit of an old example now, but I remember back when Among Us, it was a couple of months after it sort of hit its peak. So, like, this is just after they brought in Victoria Tran as a community manager. And one of the most telling things that I sort of learned about Among Us was to take a look at its position in terms of like overall sellers. And like, yeah, I guess there's sort of cosmetics that you can buy inside of that game. But like that was a game that was still on the top sellers list, despite the fact that it was the subject of like mainstream news coverage and, congressional, I guess they weren't candidates, like members of Congress were playing the game and MPs from Canada were playing with them. Like something that is a genuine phenomena. Basically, like, the only other thing I could really think of that would be rivaling it at that time would be Fortnite. And yet there were enough people who were buying Among Us to have it still have a very respectable presence without any kind of discount on the top sellers list. So if you have, that level of attention on a game, and there are still enough people who are buying it for it to appear on that Steam top sellers, that kind of tells you something about how wide the potential audience is for this sort of stuff. So with that in mind, right, I like to try as much as I can to be a good ambassador of the game and try and bring people in touch with it. But I also kind of need to recognize, and even if I'm, streaming the game on Steam, or if I'm doing any of the other promotion things that I do, like in the end, the way people are finding the game, at least through my stuff, is being exposed to things that I never would have seen when I first played these games. And as much as I can, like I think it's kind of frustrating when somebody asks you a straightforward question and somebody like gives you the "I have a secret" kind of answer. Like I usually give people the option of saying, like, I'm going to give you a bit of a vague one, but then if you want something straightforward, I am happy to answer that for you, but I just think there's some value in wrestling with it. And it's about a 50-50 rate in terms of people saying, can you just speak to me in plain English versus, I want to preserve the mystery. But yeah, it's an interesting one. And for me, I've never felt like I'm not making a living doing this, right? I don't live and die by the numbers. Every once in a while, somebody comes in and like tries to make me feel bad. There was like somebody who, because I left a positive review of Industries of Titan, they like followed me on like Steam and the Epic Store and YouTube, and like they were just trying to make me feel bad about like low numbers and stuff like that. And it's just, I know where I sit, right? Like it's not a discovery that I don't have a lot of people watching me. And so like with that in mind, that gives a little, like, because I'm not relying on this for any kind of an income or something like that, it does give me a bit of freedom in terms of being able to say, okay, this, I don't, I don't have to worry about, hitting a certain milestone. Like basically, if people say it's like, okay, this looks really cool, I want to experience it first and then I'll come back to this, I don't feel a huge pressure in terms of saying I need to change my content in order to make sure that people are actually watching me. And obviously I'm lucky to be in that position because of my job. If I do know fewer than I used to, but there are some people who I know who don't have that option, who do actually very much need to think about playing stuff that people won't want to have spoiled for them. So anyways, that's probably more detail than was really necessary on that line, but I need to figure out how many memories I need. So for Rites of the Roots, I need 4 and then 5. I've got 2, 4, 6. And I'm going to need to use the health or Trist. I don't really need to get that clever on this one. So I don't see a whole lot of value in talking with Reverend Timothy on this. So yeah, I think what I'm just going to do is grab whatever memories I can. And then I'll try and bring in a couple of persistent ones as well. So let's get the impulse first. Okay, true, complete. I think... There we go. Weaving the World. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's a Kilisimi text, so I need to make sure that I include the language. Oh dear. Turns out I chose a rather difficult one to improve. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna handle this. You know what? Yeah, let's see where the day goes. Let's start by looking at the weather. Okay, gale. I don't think that really gives me that much, although maybe we want to try one of these sky texts. So we've got Origins of the Hours, I think, is the lowest sky we can work with. That's quite the leap. So it's got 1 from the Faust, 9 with Sights and Sensation, 10 with the Astrolabe. You know what the really frustrating part about this is? I'm actually very close. I'm gonna resist the temptation because we actually have a specific mission we're working on right now. So let's go for Resurgent Snow. Hang on. Solace will do anyway. Right, so it's not Resurgences and Emergences as I want. It's Sacrolemea. There we go. Name Day Riddle. Okay, so we've got an Impulse coming. We've got an Earth Sign. We've got a Name Day Riddle. And we've got the Newman. So that's 4... that's 4 memories accounted for. I'm going to leave 1 Faust aside so that I can regenerate the Earth Sign. We'll keep the health aside. Yeah, so I really only have 1 element of the soul to play with today. I feel like today's a little bit of a wasted opportunity. But we'll make it work. Maybe one thing I should be doing while I'm waiting for all of this to play out... So I'm just writing down the memories that I need. Okay, Coprolith Omphalos. What is this? A tufted fossil of silken fiber, big as a child? This object houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Something consumed and something was consumed. If we interpret its interweavings, we might understand. The meaning of an object isn't something that one reads, but rather something that one follows until at last one has passed 3 times around it, and one finds the meaning waiting at one's shoulder. Weaving the world, the histories, they say, are braided like hair or tangled like roots. What is the shape of that knot? Funny you should ask. Okay. There's our impulse. A true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries produced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. This is very obviously not an antique text. At the very least, it's been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors, to the human body with its many portals. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has been considered a rent or an abrasion, but in some respects it is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured point of entry. Discussions of the doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through those doors, although key incantations are missing. Alright, so there's the impulse. So we have 3 of the 4 memories that we need, and then we'll be getting the remaining with the name day riddle. Now, you know, we've got plenty of time in the day to move by, so let's think about what the next step is. After. Is this the way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. It's a deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervinius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. Alright, so that's enough for me to level up the first step. Let's also prepare the way for level 6 rites of the roots. Oh, that's not right. Okay, so rights of the roots, health, name day riddle, impulse, earth sign, weaving the world, and the lesson. So satisfying to have come so far. Okay, so we're going to want to do that trick again, but I'm going to want to do that with more. So, you know what, the easiest thing for me to do is just to bring back the persistent memories. So 1 for Wrapped in the King. I do have another book that will give me an earth sign, but it's just as easy to focus on this one, and we'll read the exact same Newman that we just did. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that kind of takes up my elements of the soul. It's not the most exciting thing for me to do, but I think I am going to earn a little bit of money, so just so I can do something with the day. So I can basically do what I did today, and then the extra step would just be to make a savage hymn. That does cut me out from using the tryst, though. So, yeah, it's a tough call. Like, I'm trying to think of a better way of doing things. I do have the option of just trying to generate, like, an impulse as well using one of these. I may even do it. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think I'll use one element of the soul to generate an impulse. Just because I can sleep on it, so then I'm up 3 memories, and then I only need to generate 2, because one of them's going to have to be a name day riddle, and I think the other one is going to have to be a savage hymn, which means I'm going to be tying up the health. So that means I'm going to want to use the Isle water pitcher as well, but that's fine, that's not a hardship. Alright, better now. So let's go, I'll bring back the whist as well. So there's the earth sign. There's weaving the world. I'm not going to put too much effort into it, so we'll just find it's traveling at night. I believe it's volume 1. Yes. I know it can't be 3 because you find that later, and number 2 I always associate the Sky Mystery with Storm, or Solace rather, so... But I figured it's probably not the time for me to be guessing on this sort of stuff. But yeah, so the reason why I kind of kicked around with the sweet bones like this, I didn't actually originally plan on using the shap the way that I did, but the idea is basically it costs me 2 to restore an element of the soul, and as long as that element of the soul is Faust Health, Faust Health, Metal, Whist, not Arab, not Trist, not Fet. Oh, and Shapt. Sorry, I don't think I mentioned Shapt. I get 6... I believe it's 6 pence for the work that I do, so the net is 4. So in this case here, essentially I pay... If I restore 3 elements of the soul, and I use one of them to work, it evens out. Of course, it's assuming that I have the money to be able to do that, but anyways. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And here's the impulse. So that's going to be one that we need to sleep on, otherwise we just wasted the money. If I was a little more on the ball, I might have been able to get another day out. Another round at the Sweet Bones in terms of money, but I think I'm gonna leave it here. Why can't I combine the 2 pence and the 3 pence? The fuppence. Not to be mistaken with the other fuppence for the 4. Fruppence? 4-uppence? Fippence? I don't know. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, so that's the day's... Basically, the day's sort of spoken for now. We will go to bed and use the impulse. There's actually a small side of me that would kind of like to... I'd kind of like to... kind of like to move beds to the librarian's bed. But that requires a health, so obviously that's going to be something I handle after resurgences and emergences, etc., etc. But we'll see what the day brings. I'm not expecting to have all my elements of the soul occupied. What will be awkward is if something like a storm comes up, because that's a really good opportunity for me to work with something like the Origins of Hours. The next step is going to be, my expectation is that there won't be much in terms of like new texts or new languages. So another thing that I'm going to do is put some effort into making certain inks. So we can't afford this. It's tempting, right? The Carmine Petal revised. 12 Forge is actually just around the level that I would want to be working with. It's more than what we can kind of handle, but it's the sort of thing we could expect to boost up. Our alternatives here are 14 and 16, so certainly I'd prefer the alternative. But again, not enough. Okay, so let's see what the weather is first. If it's a rainy day, that's actually heaven sent. Another gale, alright. I think the game's trolling me. So, let's, we gotta wait for the impulse to come back. No, you know what? I'm just gonna use the, this is such a shame to use the, the gale this way, but We're gonna throw it in the piano. Sacre Lamea. To make a name day riddle. Okay, now I'm gonna use the drums to make... Oh, that's right. I think this is gonna get ugly. If I add the impulse, that's not sufficient. I actually need to add another 2. So we add the earth sign. Okay, a beating in the heart. Drums and dancers with scholar nectar plus an instrument creates high lament. You know, the alternative would be I use weaving the world, and then that just gives up... that just gives up 1 element. So that's a smarter way for me to do the same thing. So we have no use for the shot. We'll... Okay, so let's take stock. So we've got 2 of the memories required. We're building 2 more. So I need 1 more. What is the one that I'm missing? No, hang on. Name day riddle. Right, yeah. Name day riddle at the piano. We're good. Okay. So... that's actually a little easier than I thought. I am going to need to spend to restore the health. So you know what? This is going to feel a little silly, but we're actually going to start the day in the Sweet Bones. So help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. So... we're kind of... this is a neat spot to be in terms of this playthrough, right? We've explored all of the house. Now, there are a few things, so like the Rowanarium, just a heads up for those of you who are looking for something relaxing, this sound is going to be unpleasant. Rowena the Legion, protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once has she lent it to Ys. So... there is something I can do with this, and it's specifically related to the key here. Oh, I never noticed the serpent before. That's a really nice touch. So I have a feeling that there's something with the Kalembic sarcophagus at minimum. There may also be something with the catacombs altar, and I would be shocked if the Tentrento... like, surely, you know, this is an absolute flyer, and it's probably not going to work because I can't put Faust in it, but I would have to assume, like, pentaments and precursors, surely. Huh. Transformation. Oh, it does work. Yeah, I was just trying to think of the things related to the Carapace cross that might apply here. I suppose it's a little on the nose, but then again, the other ones that I could imagine would be Pearl and Tide, and what are some of the other sea stories? No, not that. Worth thinking about. But I would, like, at this point I would just be brute forcing everything to see where it goes. I don't really like doing that. It would be harder to say pentaments and precursor. The other thing is it could also just be too low of a level. The only other one I could imagine would be insects and nectars. Yeah, I don't know. Something for me to think about. But what I should be thinking about at this point, and I'm ready to erase some of my notes here. So for the most part, I either am going to want to start committing some things to the Tree of Wisdoms. I'm not quite ready to do that yet. But what I want to start thinking about is how am I going to read the books that I have currently available to me? And in this case, there are 5 of them. So, Origins of the Hours. And the other thing that's actually worth remembering about some of these, so Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, which is very cool. If you don't know what's in this, this is an account of the destruction of a primeval hour, god who was stone. I don't know how many of you know who killed the Seven Coiled, but this stuff gets pretty fun. The thing to remember about this text is that this is it as far as what I can bring with my skills, right? So if I want to read this text, what are some of the things I can wait for? Well, I can wait for a hailstorm, which will give me 3 edge weather. There is also the... what is the call? Invincible Audacity. So that's a 6 edge, 3 forge memory. I can get I can try and make a perniculate and add that with a contradiction. But yeah, in any case, it's worth remembering. So Sky is a little bit different. Actually, Sky and Forge are both a little bit different because there are, in fact, there's more for me to level up. But in the case of something like the Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, like I have to bring everything to bear to make this work. So I'm just going to make some notes of what I need. So this would be... Okay, so forge. Yeah, so the best forge I can bring here is 6 skill. I also don't think I have much in terms of forge memories, but with Ionic Essence, I can make the Orpiment Exultant. And I think that will help with the manner in which the alchemist was spared, but I think I'm going to still be short on the messenger awaiting your destination. The reason I say that is, like, so we've got 6 forge to bring to bear. I can get 2 from something like, let's say, a foresight. I can even actually make that a 3 with with the edge memory. So the best I could hope for would be, let's say, 5. And then... wait, sorry, what am I saying? 6 with the skill, 7 with the tool, 10 with the highest memory that I can get right now, but that's still 4 short. So essentially I'm looking for 2 memories to... oh yeah, I could also bring Shapt to bear. So that's another point there. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is this is actually quite challenging for me to be able to do with just 6. So this is one of the cases where it would make sense for me to make one of the more intense inks. If I take a look at Nillikant, that gives me 7 winter. Porphyryne gives me 7 of Nock, Moon, and Rose. Uzult, again, 7... oh yeah, sorry, it's not just 7 winter, 7 scale, 7 edge. In fact, this is something I could use to probably give myself a pretty good time with with sevenfold slaying, to be honest. But that's a bit extreme. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't even need to go that hardcore with it because I've also got an edge memory. So if I just take Sickle and Eclipse, the Newman, and then I add the Cucurbit Barrette, that also gives me 16. So I don't even need to worry about making the Invincible Audacity. That's a piece of cake, actually. So edge is good. So with that in mind, the Merciless Alteration also brings 5 memory to bear. So that actually is 11, and now I just need to find 3 in terms of tools. Actually, the thing that's funny about that is, yeah, okay. So uncertain, but we're in a good spot. And then Origins of Hours. So we've got Sky, and that's a 16 or 18. So the best Sky that I'm bringing to bear would be Sights and Sensations. So that's 8 skill. Plus a Faust. So that's 9. So I need to find 7 Sky. Okay, actually the 7 Sky is not that difficult because there's the Dumos, I think it's called. That's a 6 Sky. So 8 plus 6, that's 14. 15 with the Faust. 16 with the Astrolabe. Okay, so technically I don't need to make any inks, although it might make some sense for me to try making it. But I do have some important information here, which is that if I am going to be attempting... So there's a couple things that I'm going to be attempting. One, I'm going to try to read this edge text, which means that I need the Newman, which gives me edge. The other thing I'm going to try and do is read the Sky text, and the Sky text will give me a... the Sky text will involve generating a fairly powerful memory. So let's start the process. Okay. So I'm just taking a minute here to see. I don't think Sights and Sensations will help here. I do wonder if Bells and Braziers will, though. Still short. Oh, nuts. I don't think I have a good way around. Yeah. So my best bet here is to take a flyer and conjure a storm. So Apollo and Marsyas is my go-to storm text. I'm really taking a chance on this working here. Although I suppose in the end I can bring back Elements of the Soul if I have to. I know at least I'll be bringing back health. Yeah, so I do also have a Sky Newman, which gives me 5, so I don't necessarily need to go all in on generating big, scary results. Okay, so there's the storm. There is Weaving the World. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm still trying to see if I can do something fancy with... The Gale would have been so helpful here. Trying to see if I can do something fancy with my musical abilities. There it is. So, yes, I am doing this. And I think... No, Yes, I am. This is going to hold me back from being able to level up the use the resurgences and emergences right away, but that's fine because we have the whole day ahead of us. Okay, there's the name day riddle. Here is the Hive's Lament. Okay, so that's the 5 that I need. Now we're going to wait for the health. We wait for the health by waiting 30 seconds at the sweet bones. So, what am I going to do with this? I think it's a little ambitious to hope that I'm going to be able to get the Daidumos made on time. Maybe I'll give it a try, but for now, let's focus on the main goal, which is to level this up. I don't think it would hurt to get Newman in play. Oh yeah, actually there's a couple of possibilities that are open with that. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. Alright, with Keeper level Sky and Ascendant Harmony might conjure a Daidumos. That's for Sky. So my guess here is I'm going to come up short. Yeah, we're at 10, we need 15. So the question would be, where do I get those extra 2? And one of the other challenges is... Well, the Newman would help. Fortunately, though, this is a persistent memory. So... yeah, so one of the challenges that we run into here is that, let's say we use the grand piano, so I can add the soul, I can add the skill, I can add the memory. In fact, we can do that right now, just to give you an example of what I'm working with. So this looks good on its own, right? Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, no, this is right. So the drawback here is that I don't get to apply the flute anymore. So I could add, let's say, the Ascendant Harmony here, and then now I can put 2 Sky Memory in. So we could do a Storm, which would give me 2. So that would bring us up to 12, but then we'd need 3, which would actually be for the Gale. But yeah, no, it strikes me that we're too short on the requirements here. Although, is it true that I don't get an Ascendant? I suspect we don't. It's an Awakened Feather. I really have nothing else that gives me Sky. This would be so much more helpful if I'm sure I would have found out. Oh, hang on. So now I can add the fife. We do get the Didymos. Cool. Now that's interesting. Huh. I learned something. Okay, well, why not, right? Evoke a chilly sky influence. Yeah, so I was expecting one of them to provide a Didymos. I always kind of associate... So one of the things I really like about the way the world has changed in Book of Hours is that music... Like, so music has not been absent from the setting, but specifically Sky and, like, all of the things that are added as a result of Sky and its associations with music, I think are just really, really interesting. And one of the things you can actually notice is that, like, you take a look at the musical skills, and unsurprisingly, they have a Sky element. So you've got strings and songs, you've got Applebright euphonies, you've got, let me just find, it's a little easier, I'll read from bottom up. So now, I don't mean to imply that it's only, like, so Glaciary and Lightsmithing, right? This has Sky for other reasons, but the music ones always have that Sky aspect, right? So you got strings and songs. There's one exception, incidentally. So you got strings and songs, you've got Applebright euphonies, you've got I know there's at least one. Bells and Braziers. Was that it? I feel like I'm missing one other one. But anyways, one way or the other, like, I think you're getting the idea. And there's one exception to this, which is drums and dances, which you'd think would have that Sky aspect, save for the fact that it's heart, right? That's the drums. And of course, there's always the association with the drums and the heart and the Thunderskin and so on and so forth. So it's... And the one exception to this, I would say, would be... So the other thing that's kind of fun is you think about what these things are combined with, right? So strings and songs is heart and Sky. You've got Bells and Braziers, which is Forge and Sky. You've got Applebright euphonies, which is Grail and Sky. And you can even see some... you can kind of see some associations made with what instruments get attached to what aspect. So drums... Hit People Guy already figured this out. Not surprising that it's Sky and Heart. Well, what about the grand piano? Sky and Rose. The harp? Well, that's Sky and Moon. What is the Grail instrument? The quivering double bass. And then the organs, Forge and Sky, as are the bells. So there's a lot of... Like, there's a ton of music present in Book of Hours, and there's the associations with mathematics, and, you know, so this is going way back to the Pythagoreans. The description for Sky is wind, storm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. So what kind of becomes interesting at this point is not necessarily just the presence of Sky and music, which I think is interesting, but once you start combining it with another aspect, and what does that tell you? So when you take a look at Sights and Sensations, which would be the painting one, well, what is the most common association with painting in Secret Histories? Winter. Well, what music would you associate with winter? None. It's the principle of silence. And so in this case, you can see painting as like silent music, again allowing for the fact that John Cage has the famous piece where, you know, there's no instrument necessarily played in a conventional sense. But I've always kind of liked that. But yeah, so the thing is that it's not a surprise to me if you try to make an ascendant harmony from from Sights and Sensations, you're probably going to be disappointed because it doesn't make music. And yet, this doesn't necessarily mean that you are short of a Daidumos. And again, like, I suppose the question would be, you know, is it necessary to have the sound for the Daidumos? So I think the surprise here was just because I associate Sights and Sensations with painting so much, I would maybe think, oh, okay, maybe it's like maybe there's a, you know, you wind up with a, what am I thinking of? Yeah, Nillikant or something like that. Yeah, pigment. I was thinking ink specifically, but pigment works as well. But yeah, no, like Nillikant was the specific one I was thinking of, but any pigment would work for that analogy. But yeah, no, the Daidumos was a pleasant surprise. Okay, but let's focus on the task at hand. Rites of the Roots. So we bring all our memories in. Okay, at last, I'm something of an authority in this. I think I still come up short on the Origins of Hours. What did I think I was doing? Oh yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. I should probably consider packing it in at some point because it is just after midnight, and I've been a couple of hours past what I normally do. But I do want to at least try reading one of these tough books. You've enjoyed the stream. You must go to sleep. Appreciate you sharing your gameplay, and thanks so much for the advice. No problem at all. One of the delights about covering the Secret Histories games are being able to bring people to a point where they can enjoy them more. I don't want to play the game for them, but particularly if someone's in a spot where they feel like they might be giving up, and if there's something that I can just sort of push, or even just, make an observation which says, hey, did you ever think about this thing over here? And it gives them a new understanding of some of the lore. That's also a delight. So, and that only really happens if people kind of come into the channel and talk. So I appreciate it very much, Hit People Guy. I hope you have a good sleep, and I'm sure we will see you online one way or another. Although certainly no hard feelings if you don't. I don't take attendance. So the reason why I did rest and refreshment here, it's autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. So in this case here, I'm renewing the Foss just so that I can earn a little more money. It's just a convenient thing to do with the elements of the soul. Okay. I kind of already know what the next day is going to bring, so might have been nice to try and, I don't know, get like a Newman or something like that, but we'll have our hands full with the Sky text, and I figure anything that's left over in the end I can use to get ready for the Edge or the Forge. Something. Okay, the dream of a star is not apparent to the human eye, but its presence, once felt, could not be mistaken for anything else. Dumos, no star is permitted upon earth, but we may cozen them to dream of us, and the dream of a star may take a kind of form which we call Daidumos. Daymare, unimpressed with the Bureau's claim of expertise, sent off to Krakow to make sure that the seals restraining the worms were up to her standards. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So just to maybe clarify, the reason why I've been going to the Sweet Bones a little bit more often is not necessarily that I'm not feeling short of the money. Like, yeah, sure, it'd be nice to get a £5 note again, I guess. But it's mostly just that I feel like I'm in a good place for some of the things that I'm doing. And so with that in mind, I've wanted to... Essentially what I've wanted to do is make sure that I'm applying... I want to make sure that I'm sort of applying the appropriate... Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. Like, when I have a... when I don't really... Like, so let's say I've got a memory that I can save over the course of an evening. It doesn't make sense to get another memory. Or in this case here, it doesn't make sense for me to make a second one of these because I can only have one at a given time. And so the aim here is just to make the most of my Elements of the Soul, and I'm remembering the fact that basically it costs a tuppence to get the Element of the Soul back. Oh my goodness, who is that?
Is good.
The truth is writ large upon my face, the bright sears my veins, and my hands smear the stars across the sky. The skin of the world is split apart, and I am spilling out.
God, I gotta bring up the Streamlabs to see who did that again. Just give me a second here. I sort of saw the name. It has been so very, very long since I have seen a donation like that, so thank you. Let me just take a quick second. I'm so happy that that alert's still working. Otherwise, I never would have noticed it. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Recent events. That was... Fascination People Guy. The truth writ large upon my face, the bright sears my veins, and my hands smear the stars across the sky. The skin of the world is split apart, and I am spilling out. Very, very good description for the Didymos. If you would prefer to stay anonymous, I actually don't see the name appearing inside of chat. So it may be an anonymous donation, but one way or the other, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that tremendously. And if you want to, there we go. I didn't want to misattribute it. I appreciate the donation so much, Hit People Guy or Fascination People Guy. I thought you'd actually gone to bed, but yeah, it is obviously never solicited, well, it was solicited because I have a sign up, but it's certainly not expected. I appreciate it tremendously, and I thank you very much because it's been a while. In fact, looking at the archive here, apparently it's been a year. So I appreciate it. I've enjoyed your content for a lot of weeks now. I figured pay it forward. I can let you know, everybody kind of says this. There are times when I'll take stuff out of the PayPal which is just for me, but for the most part, like, it's hit or miss as to whether or not the stream operates at a loss on a given month, and that's fine because, like, it's a hobby, right? But this is absolutely one of those cases where this is kind of going back into some of the stuff that I do on stream. So I appreciate it a lot. It does help me keep it going, or at the very least, kind of, you know, softens the blow in the lean months. So I appreciate that a lot. I hope not to disrespect you by keeping your bedtime too late, but it is very much appreciated. I wonder if the follow alert is working now. I might be able to test that. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but let me just see. Well, that worked, finally. We already know what the subscription is. Huh. So why does that normally work? I will worry about that at another time. Okay, so we are going to wait for the weather to see what the... So if we get, like, another gale... Of course I wind up with the thing for nectar. Okay, so it doesn't help me. None of these are relevant. But yeah, so let's try and read the origins of ours. I could try and get like a bit ballsy and go for a higher level text, but no need to make my life any harder than it already is. So we will take the book, the Faust, the Didymos. We add sights and sensations for the 8. Finally, the Astrolabe. Thomas de Wolf used this Armillary, a spherical astrolabe, in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. This has been rewritten, by the way. Okay, so we've got the 16. Now we need to add the language. So this is written in Vac. So the sage and ecstatic Soham, a frequent visitor to the Mansus, claimed to have discoursed with the beach crow in person. Soham later insisted on a sky burial. Oh, you know what? It occurred to me that I can still get the pigment because the sky would... Yeah, anyways, doesn't matter. All right. So I'm feeling rather brave. So what I'm going to do now... I'm going to get the Bells of Ease. I'm going to use the Tryst with that. Okay. So I think this was the bells. No, it was this one. And that is written... Of course it's written in Foreseen. Oh, wait, no. It was Vac that I had. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. So Shopped makes sense for this one. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through the next couple of steps. I could try and do something with my Faust. Forge is going to be the last one I work on, actually. This is a little silly, but I am going to use the Honey Scar. I'm going to dig up the Honey Scar Jasmine. And I'm also going to go down the same path that I did before. So I was originally going to hang on to a whole bunch of... elements of the soul to see what came out on the other end of the reading, but I think I'm just going to go work for the day, and then I can renew my elements of the soul as needed. But yeah, so the logic here, so I kind of wanted to make this a bit of a surprise, but here's the idea. So the Bells of Ys gives me two options. I can either use the Edge for the Edge text or the Forge for the Forge text. Now the Forge text is going to be kind of difficult for me to work with, so I figured I'd roll that back, and maybe we'll leave that when I've taken care of everything else. The Didymos is the best opportunity I have to be able to read in the mountains as upon the plain. There may not be a path where none has passed. So I figured that one, it wouldn't hurt for me to get an early start. This is why I have the Faust, and this is why I'm generating the Storm, basically, so that I can get on my way towards making the next Didymos. And then the... what else? Well, let's take this one at a time. So, Emeranus Spitelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite carefully inscribed and polished. This object houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. The bells of Ys. Ys by her arts found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys, but a bell cast with this secret should speak the Ys note. Actually, it did occur to me I should have left one element of the soul open. But that's fine. I'll get around that. Alright, Apollo and Marsyas. I've read that a couple of times, so I'll skip over that one. And then we made some money with Shapt. I actually need Trist in this case, so I'm going to renew that. So with the storm, I'm going to make some music. So just to... I know Hit People Guy's gone to bed, but just to give everyone an example... Oh, actually, we already used the... Right, no, this was for the flute. But yeah, I was gonna try and use the whatchamacallit, the painting one. Okay, we're short here, so I'll bring the Mazarine Fife to... Right, I don't have access to Sky, but I should be able to do this with the telescope. There we go. There's our Ascended Harmony. I might have another way of making a Daedumos now that I think of it. Okay, anyways. Why did I need the Trist again? Right, yes, I remember now. So we're a little bit behind of where I wanted to be with that, but we'll still be able to make it. Honey-scar jasmine, like a dart of sweet fire. Alright, so I'm gonna still put this in the flower room. Oh! Forbidden! Okay, I'll just hang on to it in case a sweetie stops by. 24 seconds... Doesn't make sense for me to renew health. Let's see what the book gives first. Alright, so, Origins of the Hours, the sage and ecstatic Soham, a frequent visitor to the Manses, claimed to have discoursed with the beach crow in person. Soham later insisted on a sky burial. Soham's writings veer from poetry to confession. He identifies from flesh, those who were mortal, from blood, those who arose from sacrifice, from light, entry from the glory, and from stone, those who arose before his knowledge. He insists that the moth was the first god who was blood, but later contradicts himself and claimed that it was the Red Grail. The Mansis was different before the first god came from light, but never doubt it existed even then. Okay, so that... Ooh. That's gonna give me a lot to work with. Ugh, this is going to be an adventure. So 2 of these are going to go to Sacralamea. I've kind of committed myself to a particular path, but I think I've actually just set myself up for a world of hurt. Okay. It will, however, help me with my sky levels. So I at least can get up to 9 sky. So we'll store the text. Can't really... Oh, yes, I can. I can hang on to the confounding parable for tomorrow, so that's good. So... And I'm going to keep regenerating elements of the soul, but I may want to change what I am regenerating them for. Because again, I don't see a situation where I wind up with 7 points for Sacralamea, but I do see a situation where I can generate some things that I can take, that was some like persistent memories that I can take with me through the day. Okay, so we are going to try the 7-fold slaying of the 7 coiled. Now, again, the problem here is that I may be taking on a whole lot of lessons that I may not be able to work with, but I'm going to double down and really make sure that I have all my ducks in a row to make sure that that this thing comes off. So. It would help if I brought the book in, wouldn't it? And this is written in Fusine. An account of the destruction of a primeval hour, a god who was stone. Okay. So I think the most practical thing that I can be doing right now would be generating an Ascendant Harmony, because that's persistent, and also the Newman. So even if that winds up costing me some money, I think that's still a good idea. And as is tradition, I'm going to find all of the Sky and Moth. I seem to remember Sky had quite a bit because of the music. Oh, well, there's the Ascendant Harmony. Maybe we don't make the Daidumos because we're going to be tied up otherwise. That already puts me ahead. So I'm just consulting my spreadsheet here, so I know it causes sort of these extended silences, but it's a little more convenient than just bringing the laptop over so I can be in front of my mic. It'll just take another second. Okay, so I'll confess, I'm a little surprised that there isn't more for me to work with, but I do have 8 that I can work with when the time comes. So an ascendant harmony, beguiling melody, confounding parable, cheerful ditty, impulse, Newman, solace, and storm. And I think probably Reverend Timothy would help me with that as well. Um, so I have a little bit more to be happy about. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang on to the Ascendant Harmony until we're ready to go for the level 9 Sacralamea. In fact, what we can do here, we can... Yeah. But the thing is that right now, except for making a Newman, I don't see a whole lot that I can do to... Well, if I bring back health, Rights of the Roots brings me up to 8. Health with Rights of the Roots is 8, but then I would need 2. We use the rain. Okay, yes. Wait a minute, do I have Singlefoot songs? That's huge if I do. Something tells me that Singlefoot songs didn't survive the beta, actually. Okay, I'm gonna make a bet then. I shouldn't do Hive's Lament because it doesn't have Sky. Okay, but Stone Stories will give me a Savage Hymn, so all right, I've got what I need to make this work. But none of that's going to be carried into the next day, so we're gonna mind our own business. Actually, it's worth thinking. So what exactly am I trying to accomplish by having this Faust generated? I could use it for a... I could use it to generate an earth sign, which I could use... But I won't need it for the Savage Hymn. Probably won't need it. I think we'll just help with letters and call it. And we won't bother to do another round of that. But I am kind of curious in terms of how the sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled turns out. So an account of the destruction of a primeval hour, a god who was stone. There are 12 verses. In the first, an ascendant hour, identified as the Scarred One, enumerates his justifications for destroying the seven coiled. Its appetites, its growth, its enmity to humanity. In the second, a priestess puts out his eyes and scars his skin to protect him against the seven coiled's magics. In each of the next 7 verses, he destroys one aspect of the seven coiled. In the 10th verse, the Scarred One bathes his priestess patron in the blood of the seven coiled to lend her power. In the 11th, they assault the temple behind the world, entering it by force. In the 12th, they swear a tripartite oath to protect their ancestors, their descendants, and themselves. Disciplines of the Scars. Okay, so 6 lessons that I need to work out before the next Pneuma. I sure do like making it easy on myself. So the sheet has now grown to 195 different titles in the collection. So not much I can do about the fear, sadly. Disciplines of the Scar will not be as difficult to level up just because it's at 4. So in fact, I can already push... in fact, I'll finally bring it above Disciplines of the Hammer, and that just makes me so happy. So we move drums and... well, okay. Let's put a 5 in place, 6 in place. There's the 7. I'm going to cheat a little bit because drums and dances is helpful for its nectar. Actually, I guess Rites of the Roots is the new nectar lead. Okay, but yeah, I think we're just going to focus on making a little bit of money, and then we're going to worry about. So, my usual deal for lessons is I always want to get the hardest thing done first, so that means Sacralamea. So we're going to focus on that for tomorrow. We're actually probably going to have to focus on that for the next 2 days. Then we go... I think then we go for Disciplines of the Scar. Unless I really want to try Sights and Sensations, but that strikes me as very difficult for very little gain. And I don't think there's another example of Sky and Moth. Yeah, so I'm going to need to make some choices there, but that's a tomorrow me problem for sure. The big one is to make sure that I get Sacralamea and Disciplines of the Scar ideally dealt with before winter. But I have absolutely no idea if I'm actually going to do that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do all the level up tonight, but I'm going to try and at least get a head start on... I'm going to try and get a head start on Sacralamea. So the first thing we need to do is get 6 more, because I'm saving the Ascendant Harmony for later. And if I'm lucky, the weather will help us. It's actually a fair bet because there's quite a few weather items that give Sky. So I wouldn't rule it out, but it's tricky. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, Shaptwist and Trist we use right away. I remember what I was going to do. I was going to get a Newman. Oh, I know what I'm going to do too. So first step is to bring in Reverend Timothy. Next step is to get all of the... I want to get everything that is a song. So that means Beguiling Melody. That can come from the Geminiad Volume 3. Oh, hell, where did I put that? Right. Cheerful Ditty comes from the Perugian Diaries, so we'll use Shapt for that. Savage Hymn should come from Stone Stories, which shouldn't be that hard to produce. Maybe I was a bit... No, we got it. We just need to bring the hourglass in. Savage Hymn, rise the rhythms of the earth to be remembered with music. Stone Stories with Prentice level scale creates Savage Hymn, or for Scholar level recipe, whisper it to an egg and hatch something that recalls an earlier era. I tried to do that, didn't work out the way that I wanted. Okay, the whist. So we should have beguiling melody, confounding parable, cheerful ditty, impulse might come from Timothy. He may be able to produce a storm, I'm not sure. So the Sky and the Scar is the safer option with the Newman. That's a Sabazine text, so I can also read it because I have the language available. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go all in, and I'm going to get the storm as well. We'll read that at Nona's desk. We'll read Apollo and Marsyas. And this is really just me. I'm kind of storming out the gates today, just because, like I said, if I can knock down as many Sacra Lamea in one day as I can, I want to take the opportunity. I will also prepare some water. And once we're done with... Oh, those... Normally I'm happy with the rain, but yeah, I have some very clear ideas about how today is going to work. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So we never want the sweet bones to be on cooldown. There's autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Okay, so this should count as the first of our elements. Yeah, sorry. There's autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. We're going to get a lot of elements of the soul become available all at once. So one is going to be to get a Faust back through bed rest. The others are going to be lining up for the sweet bones. And again, if we're lucky, Reverend Timothy's going to give us a break, and we'll get something like the impulse. Hang on a second. Did I really just put one moth? That can't be right. Wow. Okay, apparently there is not a lot of ways to get moth in this game. Oh, actually, I just had an idea. Alright, I'd love to spend some time reading all of this, but like I said, I'm under some time pressure. Okay, thankfully Savage Hymn does in fact have Sky, so music that urges valor and violence. Cheerful ditty. Back into balance. When the traveling carapace kinds passed beyond the wave and the sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. Okay. So the important thing to do right now is just to take a breath and see whether or not I have what I need. So we are leveling up Sacralamea. I need 7 to level this up. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not using the Ascendant Harmony, just as a reminder. So we're in good shape. What I want to be doing now is trying to earn... oh, actually, there's one thing that I can do. So there's 2 main focuses that I have now, and that is going to be 1, obviously I want to be able to at least get 1 level, like bring this thing up to level 8. What I also want to do is get myself into a point where I have a nice head start on that level 9. So that means the Ascendant Harmony, the Newman, at least 1 memory that I can take with me into sleep, so the Confounding Parable would be good for that. You know, basically anything that persists, I want to be working with. And if I don't have any of those, then I want to start thinking about how I might make some things that are persistent for Disciplines of the Scar. A little less likely, but you never know, right? In fact, it's also possible I might be able to generate enough memories to be able to level up Disciplines of the Scar, although I would need a Faust for that too. Okay, better now. So, let's bring back the Tryst, because I think that's going to be able to give me something fun I can work with. Although I'm going to be teasing the edge of what I can get away with on the day's work. So I'm okay leaving the Faust open like this. I don't have anything big to create. Oh, what a shame. So that's good to know that Timothy can, in fact, make a storm memory. It's a rare event, but good to know for next time. That's not a deal breaker. We're in good shape still. Okay, so I'm going to use that Tryst right away. I'm going to bring back the health. May need to break the £5 note, but... Okay, so we're going to go back to our good old friend, the piano. Now, this is going to get a little dicey in terms of just how I'm using Sacralamea at the halfway point in the day. Oops. Right, I got to get a little more careful. The dispensary might give me a trick. Yes. There we go. So I've been able to turn that rain into something useful to me. So I think I probably have more elements of the soul than I really need right now, but we want to see what we're like at the end of the day. So this one's going to be set aside for leveling up Sacralamea. That doesn't help me because that's pure lantern, although that does help Disciplines of the Scar. So I shouldn't forget that I have more than one task that I want to focus on. Okay, so this is free for getting Newman. This health isn't available for... Well, I could probably drop some water, but it's a little risky at this point, so I'm going to leave that aside. But the main focus really was just to make sure I have something that'll allow me to get a Newman back, and then maybe make a little bit of money for the next day. Okay, better now. So I suppose I'm not opposed to breaking the £5 note, but I might want to work out exactly what my plans are. So Timothy hasn't necessarily helped me in the way that I thought he would. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but I'm not going to use all of these. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I am covered. I'm going to want the Newman. Okay, we'll be fine. Yeah. So I'm going to get the Newman back. Now, I want to run Reverend Timothy out as long as I can get him to. But I am going to earn a little bit of money back at the Sweet Bones. So I'll do manual labor just so I have 2 Faust in the chamber in case something changes. Oh yeah, actually I should have taken one more. I might be able to get away with renewing. No, because then I have to read the book. Okay, so I'm actually behind a little bit because I should have kept the confounding parable. But we should still be able to get Sacrolomea up to the level we need tomorrow. Okay, so there's the name day riddle. So I believe at this point I can just throw... Yeah, I can throw this all together. I'm not going to, though. And it's the reason why I didn't do the name day riddle. We still have some time left with Reverend Timothy. So he might be able to do something for us. I think the window's closing on being able to level up Disciplines of the Scar. I think I've kind of accepted that that's not going to be worked on today. Hey. Okay, so the question is there any benefit to me talking with him again? Yes. So 45 seconds still gives me enough time to get the Newman back and still have my Faust available. Yeah, we're good. If I get an impulse from him, I am going to be so unbelievably happy. Oh yeah, actually I don't even need an impulse from him. Never mind, we're already good. So actually that invites the question. What advantage am I getting by delaying this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The advantage is I may not need to get the Newman. So if he gives me the impulse, I don't need the Newman. I can use the Faust to earn some more money. And if he doesn't, that's fine. Okay. Still have plenty to work with. So we can still talk with Reverend Timothy. Now we go Sacrolomea, Faust, Beguiling Melody, Savage Hymn, Cheerful Ditty, Newman, Storm, Day Riddle, Solace. So the reason I did it this way was that the Ascended Harmony is persistent. The Confounding Parable I can take with me in sleep. So now using the Faust to get the Name Day Riddle, or not the Name Day Riddle, using the Faust. Oh yeah, actually that reminds me. I'll look at that in a minute. So now I can get the Newman. I believe that was the Sky and the Star. Yes. So I'm just double checking because it's like I really don't want to blow this. Okay, so I'm up 3, and if I get lucky on the weather, I might be even further. I think we're going to take the same approach for tomorrow. But out of curiosity, a name day riddle is not persistent. Good to know. Okay, so let's pack away the confounding parable. So yeah, we might be signing ourselves up for some pain with Disciplines of the Scar, but I'm coming out pretty strong tomorrow, so we'll have 3 memories to work with at the start with Sacralamea. We will use Reverend Timothy again. So, let's see here. We've got Ascendant Harmony already. We've got the Newman and a Confounding Parable. I'm actually already going to be at 6 with the first moves that I make. Cool. I might even be tempted to just use the Elements of the Soul. So we can get a head start on Disciplines of the Scar. I'm not sure that's the right call, though. If Numa hits us, I'm gonna freak out, but I think we're good. I do want to read that text again at some point, but again, I'm really focused on getting this thing up to level 9. Okay, so before we do anything, not clear if I'm going to use the name day riddle here. Is there any crossover with Disciplines of the Scar I can take advantage of? Probably not. So I'm going to hold off on using the Tryst. Shapt and Whist should be good at getting a Beguiling Melody and a Cheerful Ditty. So Cheerful Ditty comes from Perugian Diaries. And Beguiling Melody can come from Skeleton Songs this time. Okay, so got Ascendant Harmony, Beguiling Melody, Confounding Parable, Cheerful Ditty. I'm going to double check one of these. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of 8. Impulse, Solace, and Storm are all things Reverend Timothy might give us. So we go with Faust right away. Depending on the weather, we may use the Tryst to turn that into a name day riddle. There's the Confounding Parable. Hail! Okay, so that helps. The question is, does that help Disciplines of the Scar, or does that help Sacralamea more? I'm actually not sure. But definitely I'm going to use the Tryst for something. So this is the really tricky part of this. Because there's a side of me that says, let's not worry about what Reverend Timothy does. Let's focus more on what we can, like, what can we get as early as we can and as fast as we can. So, what did I say we had? So we've got Ascended Harmony, Beguiling Melody. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you know what? This might be one of the silliest things that I have done, but I'm actually going to go all in on generating these memories myself. And what we're going to do is we're going to sort of retool Reverend Timothy to helping us with Disciplines of the Scar. And that includes using the Faust. So that was my impulse. I'm going to get the Storm from Apollo and Marsyas. This may not pay off, but I really only have one draw from Reverend Timothy to really worry about here. So essentially, we've already built the Sacra Lamea level. What we're doing now is we're trying to get the we're going to try and get as much as we can for Disciplines of the Scar, which is a tall order. Like I've definitely got quite a bit riding on this. I think in the end, reading the Slaying of the Seven Coiled was not the smartest thing I could have done. Okay, that revelation does help us, though, with Disciplines of the Scar. Okay, so, Cheerful Ditty. Beguiling Melody. Savage Hymn, which does not help with Disciplines of the Scar. So the expectation should be that I am... Okay, we're already getting the Faust back. That's good. So there's the Impulse. So that's 7. There's the Storm, number 8. Okay. Yeah, and the Faust comes back in a minute. Okay, so let's... I guess it doesn't really matter what comes back. I'm a little tempted to bring back the health, but let's go for Whist first. Okay. So, Sacra Lamea, Faust, Ascended Harmony, Newman, Confounding Parable, Cheerful Ditty, Beguiling Melody, Savage Hymn, Impulse, and Storm. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. Now, just remember, like Sacra Lamea, I still need to find something to do with this spare one. But like I said, right now we're focused on doing whatever improvements we can with Disciplines of the Scar. In fact, maybe what I should be focusing on now is Lantern Edge. Okay, so there will probably be a problem. Okay, so we go from 4 to 5, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. Okay, no, we've just got enough. So looks to me like the memories that I can sort of automatically generate: Bittersweet Certainty, Contradiction, Fears, Foresight, Merciless Alteration, Bells of Ys, and Revelation. Oh yeah, Torg's Cleansing as well. So that's 7 memories we can work with. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are ones that Reverend Timothy's not necessarily going to be able to generate. So that's good. The other thing that's good, and in fact, I'm a little reluctant to do this. Let's try and find a drink. Hey, you know what? Dawnline coffee. I'm going to try and bring back an element of the soul, just sort of in prep. Okay, so we'll bring back a Faust with the Dawnline coffee here. Basically, I'll know that I have that sort of sitting in the background just in case. So in this case here, I just need 2 memories to be able to bring up Disciplines of the Scar. Again, we're sparing no expense in terms of bringing back elements of the soul. As long as it can do something useful, I'm bringing it back. One of the challenges I'm going to run into is that there is not a whole lot that works in bed here. I think probably Foresight is the one that I should try and get by the end of the day. Okay, Hindsight doesn't really help. But again, we'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm just trying to lock in as many levels. So first step is lock in as many levels as I can. Second step is lock in as many things that can be transferred overnight. So that means persistent memories, and that means things I can take to bed. So for instance, I'll use this to get the Newman. Let's bring the other Faust back. Actually, better still, I'll use this one to bring in a Bittersweet Certainty. It comes from Glimmerings or Musgrave's Sketches. So the reason why I changed my mind there is that I still need to get this level. That should be priority number 1. As we work towards getting Disciplines of the Scar up to level, so like getting it from 5 to 6 is going to involve getting 5 memories from like that lower level. So overall, it's less likely. So the Bittersweet Certainty is something that Reverend Timothy's not going to override. We'll do the same trick with the Faust because we know we've got the one we're recovering in bed. In fact, we can employ that one right away now. So I don't think I need to worry about a contradiction, but let's get Torg's Cleansing here. Worried about what we're going to be able to get by the end of the day, but let's take the Shapt next. Okay, there's the bittersweet certainty. Okay, so we've definitely got Disciplines of the Scar. I'm going to keep the Faust around for this one. And then the next thing I want to generate is the Newman and a Forge. So ideally I'll have to... ideally I'll have 2 elements of the soul to work with by the end of the day. Wouldn't hold my breath. I definitely know what the priorities are if we're a bit late on the bells. Okay, there's Torg's Cleansing. So we're gonna lock in the... Yeah, there's nothing that I want to save here, so we're gonna level that up as soon as possible. So now the next step is to get an element of the soul that, number 1, I bring the Newman in with, and then the second one is to bring in a Forge. Okay, that's nice. I think I'm going to be short the Foresight, but let's keep talking with Reverend Timothy and hope for the best. At this point, I don't see a lot of value in restoring another element of the soul, and that's just because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get that by the time the sun goes down. Or by the time the sun comes up, rather. So, with that in mind, we're going to, like I said, we're going to secure the Newman because that is persistent. And if that means that we're coming in with a little bit less than what we would want at the start of the day, that's fine. You know, we've gotten through worse. We just know that we want to focus on Disciplines of the Scar for the day. Because if we get caught in a Newman trying to generate 7... well, I guess we don't need to generate 7, but if we get caught in a Newman with... I think this is the wrong one. Yeah, let's go for the safe option. Okay, so tomorrow I need to generate 4 of the relevant memories. I can't take the revelation with me because I can't. It's not equipped in the bed. Again, if I get a Foresight, that's great. That leaves me ahead. Okay, Solace doesn't give me much. What else can I do? Not much, to be honest. What I should probably do, this is going to be counterintuitive, but I think I'm actually going to use my health to bring up a pitcher of water, just so that gives me the option of renewing elements of the soul later. Again, it's a weird choice, but I think it's an appropriate one. I am going to bring back Reverend Timothy just because he does generate a few things that are helpful for us. Okay. None of these are really useful, but I'm not going to say no to a Solace. Okay. Unless this is the end of autumn and we're heading into winter. This might be very scary in a second. It is winter, but we avoided Numa, it seems. So I may not go for the end of the day, but let's, I'm gonna lock myself into a few choices here. Okay, so I want a bittersweet certainty. Let's take that. You know what? Let's do Glimmerings again, but this time we'll actually read it. We will definitely bring in Reverend Timothy again. Torg's Cleansing for sure. Contradiction. Find the Ascendant. That might be interesting. Black Book of Brittany is also an option. I was wrong, it isn't. Okay. Okay, so let me just recap what I need. So we're trying to bring Disciplines of the Scar up to level 6, which means I need 5 memories. We've got Bittersweet Certainty, Contradiction, Merciless Alteration, so that's 3. Torg's Cleansing is 4. So I technically just need 1 more memory. The drawback is any of those memories are ones that Reverend Timothy might create. But you know what? That is not a hardship. That's actually a decent thing. So I'm gonna roll the dice. I think I'll go for a Foresight. Bancroft's Diaries will help us with that. Again, our expectation is that there's only going to be 1 memory we get from Reverend Timothy. So there's like a small chance that there's a duplication, but not, like, it's not earth-shattering. And then everything else is just, you know, pushing us ahead for the next one. Where did I put you, Franklin? I can't have put you in the exalted second shelf. There you are. All right. And obviously I'm going to be ignoring the new arrival. Man, they love the rain. I'm going to ignore the new arrival for the majority of the day. All right, Reverend Timothy always jumps at my company. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So again, the worry here is that he may generate a Foresight for me. That's a shame if he does. Sometimes you can't predict this stuff. I might actually wind up with a second memory from Timothy now that I delayed that. Okay. Solace, again, doesn't necessarily do much for us. Might help with Sacralamea, but we have some breathing room now with the memories. And one of the reasons why I'm drawing up the water is I want to be able to, like, I don't really want to be giving up things like Dawn Lion coffee in order to restore an element of the soul, so being able to... I thought for a second that was Spencer Hobson. I'm like, wait a minute! Is there someone en route to Hush House? Zachary Wakefield, marksman, detective, renegade. He has always been a quiet man, but since he left the Suppression Bureau, he has grown even quieter and terribly still, except for his fingers and for his eyes, always in restless motion. Okay, so hindsight doesn't do anything for us. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He has also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. Okay, the Ascendant, the Edgelong Dardish, boasts of her victories over her brother-enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, that nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against the other. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardish's boasting at length turns melancholy, and Edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother-enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware, to her frustration, that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and Colonel use to sustain the world. As I've said a couple of times, Edge is definitely a principle that I have grown to become quite a bit more fond of the more I play Cultist Simulator. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the Kukurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation and has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brangkrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. Okay. So now we wait on the Faust to become available. And I think what I'm going to do this time around is I will prioritize the Newman first. Better now. Yeah, so I think the Newman first, because that's going to really be the only thing that I'm guaranteed to keep with me. So realistically, if I were to try and level up Disciplines of the Scar where it's at now, what was it? It's at level 5, so it'll be level 6, which would mean I would need 6 memories, which means I need 6 minutes in the Sweet Bones alone, and I just don't see that happening. So I will pay to bring back elements of the soul. A little water splashes onto the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. But yeah, I think the most likely outcome here is that I'm going to accumulate a couple of persistent memories. Actually, Torg's Cleansing. That's just edge. But yeah, again, we'll see what comes out of Reverend Timothy. I think what I'm going to do is I will gather up what I can in terms of elements of the soul, so I can at least make some money off of it. But I just don't see a situation in which I'm going to be able to generate 6 memories from 0. And so the priority should definitely be on things that I can take overnight. So that would mean Forge, which I'll... Foresight, which I'll do near the end of the day. And then the Newman, which will come from this Faust here. But like I said, I'm certainly happy to also make a little bit of money. Okay. I suppose the old wound with Edict's Marshal would probably work. Yeah, I should have been using the old wound a little bit more often, because that's also persistent. Maybe a little late for it now, but okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm saving this Faust for later. One of these I'm going to use to work at the Sweet Bones. Come to think of it, I might have been able to make the old wound after all. Not a big deal. I am hoping we get the Foresight, though. If I get the Foresight, then I can talk with Zachary Wakefield ahead of time, and then that just means I can use... Oh, yeah. I'm starting to work myself into some corners here, but we'll see how this goes. Okay, so let's say we're going to talk with Wakefield. Talk with him about the affair of the Endless Guest. An inhabitation of worms is never to be taken lightly. In this case, worms have chosen to inhabit one Spencer Hobson, on assignment by the Bureau in Krakow. Hobson has remained unusually articulate for an inhabitee, and apparently he considers the worms his guest. Hobson, he was my friend. Now he might be my friends. I have to know what to do. There's always out, and there's always down. Try a book with as much knock or winter mystery as their matching interest. Both are at 5. We'll give them knock 1. Maybe I'll give them the same one we gave Daymare. If he understands Latin, he does. Out it is then. Goodbye, librarian. Or, I am curious. Down it is then. Goodbye, librarian. Let's go over out. Out it is then. Goodbye, librarian. I think the question is, does the worm end or does Hobson end? Okay, so we'll read the Bancroft Diaries again. So that's going to be so I can take the Foresight with me through the night. And then in 13 seconds, we'll make some money at the Sweet Bones. Okay, trying to think what else I want to do with tomorrow. So I do at some point need to decide what I want to try and do with the Sacra Lamea. So our worst ratings have changed a little bit. So Rites of the Roots is now at 7. So that's a -3. We're also getting a nice little collection of Spintria. Okay, so Nectar is now 7 for its minimum. Forge should still be the same. Dissemblance of the Scar, I don't see... yeah, Edge is already at 10. Lantern's already at 10. No, Lantern's at 9, my apologies, because Auroral Contemplations is 8. Okay, so between Sky and Moth, Sky is the one that's still falling short. So there is a small argument that Sights and Sensations is the better choice. Yeah, so putting all that effort into Sights and Sensations would only bring it to the same level as Sacra Lamea. So unless I think I've got some magical... Well, Bells and Braziaries. So weirdly enough... Forge is the one we're the shortest on. So if I invested in Bells and Braziaries... we get a higher level for Forge, and the reason that's relevant is the next books that we're going to be reading. I mean, maybe in the Mountains is Upon the Plain there may be a path where none is passed, but definitely we're going to be going on in the manner in which the Alchemist was spared. And I might be able to say that there's a 5... Yeah, so Merciless Alteration gives us a 5. So if we were working with 7 Forge... that brings us up to 12. 13 with a tool. So really anything goes in terms of reading that. And then with the 16, I guess it's the same story. Oh yeah, better still. We just need the Shapt and the tool. So yeah, so we take 7 Forge, 8 with the Shapt. Sorry, let's try that again. 7 Forge, 8 with the Shapt, 13 with the Newman, 14 with the tool, and then we don't need to like do any special rolls or something like that. That seems like a very good plan, because the messenger awaiting her destination is going to be a bit like In the Mountains is Upon the Plain. We don't necessarily have what we need to be able to read that right away, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with Tower Rises and Tower Falls. I am way too tired to figure that one out. Feels such a shame to see that revelation just sitting there doing nothing. Alright, but what I will do is I will see this through to the end of the day. So what I'll do as well, on my own time, I'm going to, on my own time I'll work out what I need for the bells and braziers. And that way I can sort of focus on, the game, for Wednesday. Okay. I'm kind of happy with how that turned out. So I'll do just by way of an exit, because I know I've been sort of on a lower ebb at this part of at this time. So the overall plan is going to be this: we're starting with two memories that we can apply to Disciplines of the Scar right away. That will require 6, so we basically need 4 more. Now the good news is, in terms of things that I can get for free that will advance Disciplines of the Scar, we've got the Bittersweet Certainty, we've got the Contradiction, we have Torg's Cleansing. I think that's it, but that's 3. That's basically 3 that we don't need to rely on Reverend Timothy for. And then I can kind of make the same argument as I always do. It's just 1 draw from Reverend Timothy. Maybe I'll do like Fear or something like that. Now, technically, there's 2 things that he might overwrite, the Foresight and the Fear. But he may also give us a Revelation, which would be nice. So priority number 1 is going to be to level up Disciplines of the Scar, get that to 7. Priority number 2 is going to be to commit Sacralemea. Now, technically, that isn't actually a major consideration for me, but it doesn't seem that hard to do either. The other thing that I'm eventually going to want to do is read those remaining texts. And I am going to have a little bit of a dilemma in front of me, in the sense that it would be good to build a Didymos for In the Mountains Upon the Plain, because if I wind up with some weather that is accommodating, then, potentially I've got that book read. Likewise, the manner in which the alchemist... the messenger awaiting her destination. Well, first of all, I would want to read the manner in which the alchemist was spared, see if we can boost, our forge a bit. But... being able to work towards those would be good. It's also, I kind of joke that as like, I have no idea what I'm doing with a Tower Falls and a Tower Rises. A Tower Falls is actually one of the best suited for this. So this is a VAC recording. So that already comes with 2 knock. So what I actually need is 14 knock. Well, if I think about it, I already have Edict's Liminal. I believe that's my highest knock right now. And then if I add that to the Newman that I have, between Edict's Liminal and the Newman, and the language, that's sufficient to read a Tower Fall. So I don't even need to get clever with that. Although I better hope that it accepts knock. Ah, darn you! Oh, I hate this game. All right. What an absolute dick move. I wonder what the aspects of the new. I wonder what the aspects of the new phonograph are. Um, oh, hang on, hang on, hang on. I may actually need to. If I listen to one of these things, the aspects may change. Oh God. Okay. Excuse me. So, if I have to do this horrible business with the existing skills that I have, that doesn't work. Holy crap. I'm down to 6. Okay, that is actually worrying. So we bring the shaft in, which would bring that to an 8. I'm not going to do this, but just so I can experiment. Ah! Sorry, I said I was wrapping up, but I'm actually a little curious about this. Yes, I mean that looks like the best we've got. No, preliminal meter. You're kidding me. How does that not work? Oh, the new aspects, right. So it's Forge, Heart, Sky, and Winter. Okay. Well, that gives me something to work with, though, so... Yeah, so this looks like the best that I've got. Okay, so we'd be at 18 there. Then we'd add the VAC, so that brings us up to 10. Okay, so this is gonna suck a little bit. The Newman, at the very least, could go into this plus slot, so that would bring us up to 15. And I guess we'd probably do a pattern, so what it's basically going to mean is it's going to take 2 elements of the soul to be able to read. So, okay, fair enough. Like, not my favorite thing. I'm just gonna be inconsolable when I try to read the Rose one. So the fact that Rose is not an aspect of this anymore is so mean. Good God. Okay, so I get one. So it's 18. I get 1 Rose from the VAC. Rose is like the one that I haven't put any investment in, and I don't get to put it in directly into the phonograph. So I have a feeling it's going to be a while before I can hear a tower rises. But hey, it's part of the fun, right? Snow Stories doesn't count. Sand Stories does, but it's Moon. Meh. Oh my God. It's Inks of Power. No, Inks of Power doesn't count because it's scale. Holy hell. Sky Stories might be my only... Oh man, that's a tough one. Oops. Yeah, man. Okay. That's definitely going to be one that I have a big long think about. um, I think we're going to be waiting a while on one of those phonographs. But yeah, the rest of it, I think I've got a clear idea about where we're going. If I am short on things to do, the Road to Janus, the Old Copper Nose and the Softer Metal, and the Journal of Walter de Wolf still need to be cleaned up. And then, as I have learned, there are some extra special keeper recipes that I haven't been checking out yet. There's a few, the Encastum Terminale aren't going to build themselves, so there's a few things I'd like to do. Actually, you know what? I have a little housekeeping I can get done. So if we move the first, the second, move you up here. This is the third. This is the fifth. Doesn't that look tidy? Nice little spot for the fourth history. We will build one of those at some point, or brew, or create. But I have other priorities. But yeah, I think I have a pretty good idea in terms of how we're going to spend the rest of winter. My outside option on the books are to make an ink if it really comes down to that. The problem is I'm also getting back to this rather awkward situation where even if I do that, there is a limit to how much I can actually apply here, right? So I've got 2 Kernvek Hanevek texts. I've got 2 Ramson texts. I've got 5 crack tracks, including 3 Newman. I have 2... Excuse me. I have 1 phonograph and Deep Mandaic. I believe this is a scroll. And then we've got, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Deep Mandaic texts. So obviously, languages are a bit of a priority here. But yeah, I don't know. We're going to kind of have to play that by ear just because my main goal has been to satisfy the visitors. And so far, I have had other things that I can do. So I think what I might try and do over time is I'm slowly going to start trying to do a lot of these recipes that I've been otherwise ignoring. So if it really comes down to a point where I absolutely have nothing else to do book-wise, and I'm not gonna count A Tower Rises. So after these 3 books and the 1 phonograph, if I'm like, there is quite literally nothing that I can hope to do, it's a complete waste of time to even attempt that work. And even then, it is worth remembering that if I get to put 2 memories in the phonograph, there is the possibility that I would be able to put about 9 in there. So, I mean, again, I'm not doing myself any favors by not committing anything for like a FET. So if I'm really stuck with guys, that can't be it. Okay, I need to stop, otherwise I'm going to be here all night. But yeah, no, I think I have at least 4 good books, and who knows what skills are going to come out of that. Might be something from Oriflammes that comes in. And in the worst case scenario, if nothing else turns out, I have a lot of exploration in terms of the skills and all of the different recipes, things like the keeper recipes and all of that. There is no shortage of things for me to keep occupied with, so that will be the better use of my time. However, it has been an almost 7-hour stream, which I wasn't planning on doing. In fact, I have to be at work tomorrow. So, I loved being able to do this, but I gotta go. So thank you very much for everybody for watching, at least those of you that are still here. I will just mention that the interruptions to the schedule more or less balanced out. So what I mean by that is until November 11th, I should have a pretty open schedule. Doesn't look like anybody's playing Book of Hours. Let's see if anybody's playing Cultist Simulator. Nope. So I think let's hand you off to Kilgore Trout. Kilgore Trout is currently playing Anachronox. I believe that is one of the Ion Storm games from ye olden days. It looks kind of interesting, but I got to admit, I have absolutely no idea what's what it's about. But apparently you play a character named Sly Boots, which is fascinating. But yeah, anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. I know I took way too long to sort of wrap everything else up. I believe we're actually lower in terms of followers than when we started today, but you know what? I actually had a lot of fun interacting with everybody. So, you know, sometimes people go away. That is what happens. But thank you all for hanging out, keeping me company. I am really interested in seeing where the playthrough goes once I run out of books, and so we will be continuing that on Wednesday. Until then, take care, and we'll see you in the next one.